Chapter 252. He spent a total of 5 days in the stalagmite cave. His main body cultivated the golden dragon aura art and improved greatly, but his consciousness clone's cultivation did not improve much. If I train normally, my speed will be surprisingly slow, even in the vortex where the energy of the universe is concentrated. Lin Feng stepped on the urgent fire shuttle and activated the fog concealment talisman. He circled around the stalagmite cave in a circular pattern, looking for prey. It's no wonder. After all, I'm already half a step into the elementary level, Lin Feng thought. Thinking about the cultivation speed of the titled martial gods in the Tianwu continent, he felt that it was normal, and that was only the lowest level, the astral light level. His own life spirit heart was an entire level higher. Apprentice level, star level, elementary level, star river level. Lin Feng softly read. As far as he knew, the Douling world warriors were divided like this. The apprentice level was equivalent to the Emperor Wu level, the star level was equivalent to the titled martial god level, and the elementary level in the Tianwu continent was known as the existence that surpassed the titled martial god level. As for the star river level, he had seen it by chance in a book. It seems that above the star river level, there are many distant and powerful existences. Lin Feng softly muttered. Just like transformation, when an emperor-level magical beast truly transforms, it was the beginning of its cultivation. I wonder how strong Father is. There's an enemy that can heavily injure Father. How terrifying is his strength? Lin Feng's eyes flickered, thinking about how his father's legs were cut off, and he was on his last breath, but he still risked his life to bring him and his brother to the Tianwu continent. Lin Feng immediately felt an intense pain in his heart. Until now, he still could not feel his father's true strength, but he could see that his father's qi was very weak, like an old man with sideburns. This was a sign that his life was very weak. Phew! Exhaling deeply, Lin Feng shook his head. His father had never told him, but with his current strength, even if he knew, it would be useless. The enemy's strength was far beyond his imagination. Work hard. I want to improve myself to the greatest extent. Lin Feng clenched his fist. When I have enough strength, everything will come to light, and the clouds of dawn will open. Now, I have to make good use of the remaining 20 days. Return to the Tianwu continent and face the rank beast tide. This is what I should do now. Lin Feng's eyes were bright, and a faint aura emitted from his body. Instantly, his eyes lit up as he sensed with his heart's eye. Not too far away, there were 3 glowing dots. Black fog demon dragons. Let's begin. Lin Feng curled his lips and clenched his fists. His battle intent. Within the black mist, the 3 black mist demonic dragons were flying around nonchalantly. 2 of them were about 5,000 meters long. The black fog demonic dragon in the lead was 6,000 meters long. It was as big as the other 2 black fog demonic dragons combined. The black scales on its body were even darker. Its eyes flashed with a fierce light. It turned around and roared, as if it was teaching its 2 little brothers a lesson. In an instant, the 2 Class 3 black mist demonic dragons, who were originally listless, let out a soft roar and perked up. It was no wonder that they couldn't find any clues after 5 days. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A solitary aura suddenly appeared, and the expressions of the 3 black fog demonic dragons changed. That was an incomparably astonishing energy aura. Stepping on a fiery red shuttle shadow, a black figure stood upright. Aurora drill. A cold light flashed in Lin Feng's hand. In an instant, the aurora cone spun violently. Pa! Pa! After 2 consecutive splits, the energy increased by several folds. The airflow and the vacuum intertwined with each other, forming an even more terrifying energy aura. The spinning speed increased again, and the 4 auroras turned into a huge intertwined rhombus, flashing and falling from the sky like meteors. Diamond light flash. Lin Feng shouted. His target was the only stage 4 black mist demonic dragon. Roar! Roar! The three black fog demonic dragons roared at the sky. The stage 4 black fog demonic dragon in the lead instantly erupted with black fog. Its eyes were filled with ferocity, and a dark ball of light condensed. Its reaction wasn't slow at all. Under the enhancement of the black fog, the ball of light flew at high speed and directly collided with the terrifying cold light. At this moment, the other two stage 3 black fog demonic dragons flew up from both sides, one from the left and one from the right. They rushed toward Lin Feng at an astonishing speed, instantly forming an encirclement. 3 against 1, they had the absolute advantage. However, Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. The pursuit wasn't without benefits. At the very least, his understanding of the diamond light flash had deepened by a bit. From his 60% power that he could use previously, now he could use 80%, an astonishing increase. Boom! 2 terrifying forces collided with a loud bang. Lin Feng's expression didn't change, but the stage 4 black fog demonic dragon changed dramatically in an instant. The dark ball of light was completely cut apart by the 4 cold lights. The huge energy contained in the rhombus in the center crazily swallowed everything, and its speed wasn't slow at all. It wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The cold light directly broke through the black fog and hit the chest of the scaled dragon. Like lightning, in an instant, it pierced through. The edges of the rhombus were like 4 sharp blades, and the strength of the energy of the rhombus completely swallowed the black fog demonic dragon. The bloody hole was incomparably ferocious. Roar! The black fog demonic dragon let out a miserable cry, and blood flowed out. It was too confident in its own strength. The huge rhombus hole was eye-catching, and the hoarse roar caused the heaven and earth to tremble, but it couldn't block the call of the death god. In just one face-off, stage 4 black fog demonic dragon, instant kill. And at this moment, the other 2 stage 3 black fog demonic dragons descended like lightning. With the 2 black fog with him, Lin Feng felt as if he was in a quagmire, as if he had fallen into his own speed reduction space. If it was 5 days ago, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. But now, Lin Feng's eyes instantly changed colors. The rotation of his human soul heart caused a black fog to spread out, and an identical energy aura was released. Instantly, the other 2 black fog demonic dragons looked a little dazed. They couldn't understand how this puny human in front of them could have the talent of the black fog demonic dragons. Bang! The Dragonslayer spear on his back was unsheathed, and it emitted a shocking energy aura. It vibrated slightly, and the Dragonslayer's spear seemed to be excited, and its battle intent was boiling. What a strong life force! Lin Feng's eyes flashed. The Dragonslayer spear gave him a feeling as if it had come alive. Facing a dragon, the Dragonslayer spear acted like a hot-blooded warrior. Fight! Golden dragon energy! Lin Feng shouted calmly. An astonishing energy aura exploded. Accompanied by golden light, Lin Feng's talent, the black fog, surged out. In an instant, the 2 black fog collided, forming an independent space. A resplendent 5-clawed golden dragon appeared outside Lin Feng's body. The 2 black fog demonic dragons instantly turned pale. Their bodies were on the verge of collapse. The intense pressure made them tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Instantly, the black fog weakened. The black fog demonic dragons were affected by Lin Feng, and their black fog was completely suppressed. As expected, the golden dragon energy is the bane of all dragons. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The golden dragon energy technique was not false. As the strongest 5-clawed golden dragon in the dragon race, it was one of the top 5 bloodlines. It had an innate sense of oppression toward other dragons. Demonic beasts had a clear hierarchy. The enemy was weak, and he was strong. What was there to hesitate about? In an instant, the spear in his hand appeared. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with a sharp light. As the Dragonslayer spear vibrated, the connection between the 2 reached the maximum. Their figures completely merged. One with the spear, Like a stream of light, the acceleration of the black fog caused Lin Feng's speed to increase exponentially. At this moment, the power of the spear reached an astonishing level after the speed increase. Like lightning, it transformed into a huge golden dragon and pierced through the chest of one of the black fog demonic dragons. Boom, boom, boom. A shocking explosion sounded. It was incomparably intense. The golden dragon energy was extremely powerful. It effortlessly caused great damage. Clang! The Dragon Slayer spear trembled violently. The black fog demonic dragon let out a trembling cry of fear. It was a cry of fear before death. All the blood essence in its body was sucked dry by the Dragon Slayer's spear in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the other black fog demonic dragon saw that its companion had died. It went crazy and erupted hysterically. Although it could not unleash its full strength due to the golden dragon suppression. However, he still charged forward without any fear of death. However, the difference in strength could not be made up for with courage. Unstoppable, Lin Feng shouted. The sharp spear light shone with a dazzling golden light. It gathered at the tip of the spear. With the extreme enhancement of the black fog talent, Meng Chao's speed suddenly increased exponentially. Lin Feng was like a golden arrow, piercing through the air. The pitch-black illusory armor on the outside of his body exuded an astonishing aura. The huge dragon tail shone with a cold light as it swung ferociously. In an instant, the golden dragon flashed. The Dragon Slayer spear attacked wildly. Lin Feng's eyes shone with a sharp light. Boom! Boom! Black fog spread. The two Stage 3 black fog demonic dragons could not resist at all. The Dragon Slayer spear was like the nemesis of the dragon race. The pitch-black spear shone with a bright luster and exploded with power that was far beyond imagination. The first time it showed its might, it drank dragon blood. Lin Feng grabbed the inner core with his right hand and threw it into the purple ring. 1 core, 2 cores, 3 cores. This hunt was much easier than he had imagined. This was not a battle. It was a massacre. It was a crazy massacre. The golden dragon energy restrained the power of the black fog. Not only did the 2 black fog demonic dragons fail to gain the upper hand with the black fog talent, but they were also restrained by Lin Feng. After a while, the gap between them became even greater. In addition, the Dragon Slayer's spear caused astonishing damage to the dragon race. It resulted in such an astonishing result. It's very easy. Lin Feng smiled. He did not even need to reveal half of his trump cards. Just by relying on the Aurora All and the Dragon Slayer's spear, he easily killed 3 black fog demonic dragons. The golden dragon aura technique is much stronger than I imagined. Continue. Lin Feng smiled. The purple ring stored the 3 dragon corpses. The urgent fire shuttle flew quickly, and Lin Feng disappeared. The hunt had just begun. Second update, continue writing. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 253. Follow up the victory. Since he had started, he would not stop. Many times, if he missed it, he would not have another chance. Opportunity did not wait for him. Lin Feng remembered very clearly that the last time he hunted for inner cores, he had only killed 8 rank 3 black mist demonic dragons. In less than 12 hours, the group of black mist demonic dragons immediately changed their strategy and attacked him with a strong. They had a very strong intelligence. And this time, it was very likely to change again. After all, the black mist demonic dragons were not ordinary demonic beasts. Whoosh! The urgent fire shuttle flew quickly. The mind's eye expanded to its limit, like a dense spiderweb. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with a clear luster. His fighting spirits surged, and the dragon's slaying spear on his back flashed with a black luster. I'll hunt as many as I can. Lin Feng smiled faintly. While the black mist demonic dragons are still unsettled, I'll catch them off guard and try my best to hunt for more inner cores. The more inner cores I have, the faster my strength will increase. At that time, after my strength increases, I'll be able to hunt stronger black mist demonic dragons. Lin Feng nodded. Link after link, they were tightly connected. It formed a virtuous cycle. Although he would be able to break through to rank 4 after refining 2 more rank 3 inner cores, but now, it was not the right time. It took him about 16 hours to refine the 2 inner cores. If he used these 16 hours well, how many black mist demonic dragons could he hunt? Time, every minute and second, was very precious. Lin Feng, like a hidden hunter, began his hunt. Silently, a bloody massacre began in the Black Mist Demonic Dragon Valley. Lin Feng hunted the Black Mist Demonic Dragons and not only took their inner cores, he even moved their corpses away to buy as much time as possible. However, the Black Mist Demonic Dragons that were related by blood had telepathy. Perhaps 1 or 2 of them might not notice, but when there were many of them and time passed, there was no way to hide the truth. After 24 hours, the group of Black Mist Demonic Dragons had completely disappeared. Lin Feng's eyes flickered as he said with a smile, "Oh, it seems like you've discovered it. However, I've already earned enough." Lin Feng looked at the mountain of dragon corpses in the purple ring and felt very satisfied. This time, his efficiency was extremely high. In his first large-scale hunt, he only managed to kill 8 black fog demonic dragons in 12 hours. Back then, they could only hunt Tier 3 black mist dragons. If they encountered Tier 4 and Tier 5 black mist dragons, they had to avoid them. Strength was the key reason. But this time, 15 Type 4 dark mist demonic dragons, 1 Type 5 dark mist demonic dragon, and 55 Type 3 dark mist demonic dragons. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile when he finished counting. In 24 hours, he had killed 16 teams of black mist demonic dragons. The frequency seemed to be about the same as the last time. However, at that time, it was the head. This time, it was the team. Each team of black mist demonic dragons had at least 3 of them. I didn't expect my human soul to surpass the life soul. Lin Feng smiled. The only Type 5 dark mist demonic dragon that he had killed had consumed a lot of his strength. After the third form of the Aurora, all Rhombus Flash, was weakened by the black mist, it couldn't cause any damage to the black mist demonic dragon. Instead, with the help of the golden dragon energy, the black mist, and the Dragonslayer spear, he finally managed to kill the Type 5 dark mist demonic dragon in close combat. That's not the case. It's only because of restraint. Lin Feng understood. In terms of true attack power, the difference between a human soul and a life soul is still very far. Even so, the improvement is still great. Lin Feng sighed. As the power of the elemental fireball increased to the limit, as the life soul's heart exploded, he had a soul weapon. The Dragonslayer spear could no longer keep up with the improvement of his strength and was gradually eliminated. But now, with the enhancement of the black mist, it could display its might again. I have the Dragonslayer spear for close combat and the Aurora all for long-range attacks. What's there to be afraid of the black mist demonic dragon? Lin Feng smiled confidently. When I go back and absorb these Nadens, my strength will increase by an astonishing amount. With that thought in his mind, Lin Feng instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the horizon. Deep in the black mist demonic dragon valley, the densely packed black fog demonic dragons formed circle after circle, forming a pitch-black existence that even covered the sky. There are thousands of them, but they were all silent. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. All the black mist demonic dragons had their heads lowered. A suffocating aura filled the air. Pa! Pa! There was a heavy sound of impact. A huge dragon tail slammed against the tough ground. Refined Teeth's expression was incomparably furious. The horns on his head flashed with a pitch-black luster. His cold eyes glanced at the 2 black mist demonic dragons that were 1,000 meters long, then swept across the pitch-black and vast existence. He snorted heavily. In an instant, all the black mist demonic dragons felt their hearts tremble. Over and over again, "You guys are a disgrace to the black mist demonic dragons." Refined Teeth's voice was as cold as ice. He clenched his teeth. The refined black scales on his body shook violently. He was furious. His cultivation was constantly interrupted. He was at the important stage of transformation, but he was always delayed by some trivial matters. How could refined teeth not be angry? Refined puppet, refined Ming. Refined teeth coldly shouted. The 2,000-meter-long black mist demonic dragons let out a low roar and stepped forward. First stage of transformation. Shrink your body to 1,000 meters. In a huge group of black mist demonic dragons, there are thousands of them, but only 3 of them stepped into the transformation stage. Among them, only refined teeth entered the 3rd stage. It could be seen how difficult it was for the black mist demonic dragons to transform. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. From today onwards, the 2 of you will stop cultivating and personally carry out the mission, with the rank 6 black mist demonic dragon leading the 100 dragon squad. Do a carpet search and dig 3 feet into the ground. Did you hear that? Refined teeth roared coldly. The 2 black mist demonic dragons, refined puppet and refined Ming, roared in response. This time, I will be in seclusion for 10 days to half a month. Refined Teeth's eyes flashed with a cold light. I hope that by the time I come out of seclusion, you'll have dealt with everything cleanly. Don't disappoint me. Refined Teeth's thick and heavy tail knocked on the ground, making thumping sounds. The 2 black mist demonic dragons, refined puppet and refined Ming, immediately accepted the order. They turned around and roared at the other black mist demonic dragons. For a moment, the entire valley was in a thunderous uproar. The heavy dragon roar reverberated in the sky. The sound of giant wings flapping together with a roar created a surge of morale. The black mist demonic dragons were divided into 100 units and flew in 4 directions. Under the command of the 2 black mist demonic dragons, refined Ming and refined Ming, they were orderly and mighty. They pursued and killed that damned human with all their might. In the stalactite cave, Lin Feng sat cross-legged with a carefree smile. The harvest this time was far more bountiful than what he had expected. Just the 55 Third Order Emperor inner cores were enough to digest, not to mention the 4th Order Emperor inner cores with much more energy. I wonder if it's enough to upgrade my life spirit to the 5th Order? Lin Feng thought to himself. As he muttered in his heart, Lin Feng held a pitch-black inner core in his hand. Swoosh! It melted in his mouth. A surging and violent aura erupted in an instant. Like a turbulent wave, the violent impact of the waves, the black mist demonic dragon's afterimage appeared in an instant, showing off its might and ferocious aura. But mystery of souls. It was not the first time Lin Feng absorbed it. The Heart Sutra on the 4th page of the Mystery of Souls was displayed. The surging energy of heaven and earth rushed into his body and collided with the energy of the inner core, forming a whirlpool of energy. The afterimage of the black mist demonic dragon instantly showed a hint of sadness. It was completely suppressed. The huge difference in energy. Absorption begins. Lin Feng's heart was very calm. He didn't care about a mere 3rd Order Emperor inner core. Even if he absorbed 2 more inner cores, the strength of his life spirit would reach the 4th Order. Cultivation required one to maintain a calm heart. The flow of energy from the inner core continuously spiraled as the life spirit heart rotated like a fog. Every minute, every moment was strengthening the life spirit heart. I'll finish absorbing it in about 8 hours, Lin Feng said softly. But suddenly, a sudden change occurred. The human soul, which had always been subservient to the life spirit heart, inexplicably started to rotate violently, bringing about a black fog in his body. Lin Feng snorted softly. The inner core let out an incomparably excited sound, and the flow of energy immediately surged into the black fog. Not good. Lin Feng's expression changed. The life spirit heart rotated rapidly, increasing his control over the inner core. The strength of his human soul heart was not enough to absorb this 3rd Order Emperor inner core. But it was easy to absorb it, but difficult to control it. Even if he used all his strength, there were still traces of energy from the inner core that rushed to the human soul heart like smoke, mixing with the black fog. This is troublesome, Lin Feng frowned. But the development of the situation was beyond his expectations. Not only did the energy from the inner core not cause any damage, but also perfectly merged with the black fog, coiling around the human soul heart. There was no need for the energy to be converted, as if it was the purest and cleanest energy of the world. See, as if the human soul heart greedily absorbed the energy, as if it had been hungry for a long time. Lin Feng's expression instantly changed, and a carefree smile appeared on his face. It seems to be energy from the same source, Lin Feng said happily. He was worried that the human soul heart could not be upgraded, and the golden dragon aura technique only had half of its effect. It only strengthened the body, but had no effect on the human soul heart. But now the human soul heart could actually absorb the energy from the inner core without restraint. Although it was only at the first order, the absorption speed was not any slower than the life spirit heart. The consumption speed of the inner core will be doubled now. Lin Feng revealed a faint smile. It was exactly what he wanted. Cultivation began. To make up for yesterday's third update. I haven't been in a good mood for the past 2 days, and my typing efficiency is very low at _at. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 254. The Black Mist Demonic Dragon Valley had truly erupted. Lian Meng and Lian Mu were obviously not simple. It was fine if they did not make a move, but once they made a move, it was like a thunderbolt. After confirming the area, they carefully searched the area where the missing Black Mist demonic dragons had last disappeared and analyzed it step by step. To be able to stand out from thousands of Black Mist demonic dragons and successfully transform. Although Lian Meng and Lian Mu were not as talented as Lianya, they were still the best of the Black Mist demonic dragons and had considerable abilities, especially intelligence. Soon, they confirmed a rough area. Among them, the stalactite cave was within the area. Thousands of Black Mist demonic dragons moved together in teams of 100, led by a rank 6 Black Mist demonic dragon. They dug 3 feet into the ground in this area, crazily looking for traces of that human. After being provoked and looked down upon again and again, the Black Mist demonic dragons finally erupted. Nearly 80% of the Black Mist demonic dragons participated in the encirclement this time, far more than the previous 2 times. A black mass filled the sky. The aura of rank 5, rank 6, and even rank 7 Black Mist demonic dragons crazily spread out. It was extremely suffocating. Boom! Rumble. The huge mountaintops were destroyed one after another. Dark balls of light bombarded the hills and turned them into dust. This was the true fury of the Black Mist demonic dragons. A carpet search to protect the dignity of the Dragon Valley. At this time, Lin Feng was still cultivating. Although the energy of each inner core would be divided, half of the life soul heart and the other half of the human soul heart. However, the cultivation speed did not change. It was like one person eating a cake, but now 2 people eating a cake. The appetite was equal. As long as there was enough cake, the cake that could be eaten would not decrease. 55 third order monarch realm beast cores were indeed sufficient. If he refined 1 inner core in 8 hours, he would need 220 hours to complete the refinement. But now, he only needed 110 hours, in less than 10 days. And during this time, as the human soul heart and life soul heart increased in level, the time would continue to decrease. Especially the human soul heart. Its foundation was low, so it naturally improved quickly. In less than 2 days, the human soul heart had advanced to rank 3. Its absorption speed was comparable to the rank 4 life soul heart, and it was even better. The strength of the golden dragon energy is determined by one's soul heart. The stronger one's soul heart is, the more powerful the golden dragon energy will be. It had increased by several folds. It was equivalent to an exponential increase in attack power. It's a pity that I didn't have the time to comprehend the higher levels of the first stage. Lin Feng lamented. Every layer of the Golden Dragon Aura technique was divided into several layers, but it took him 5 days to comprehend the third layer. However, if he wanted to comprehend the fourth layer, 5 days was clearly far from enough. In a race against time, there was no time to spare. However, with the Golden Dragon's stellar energy's ability to restrain dragons and the perfect combination of my innate talent, Black Fog, my attack power is enough. Back then, Human Soul Heart was only at the first stage, yet was able to kill the 5th stage Black Mist Demon Dragon. But now, Lin Feng smiled indifferently, incomparably confident. The third stage was just the beginning, not the end. Tianwu Continent, Eastern District, Heavenly Martial Army's territory. Ha 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 ha! Loud and proud laughter echoed everywhere. The laughter was filled with unbridled arrogance, as if he had been reborn. It was mixed with a powerful aura. The commander, who was discussing the matters of the Tianwu army with Thunderbolt and Green Flood Dragon, suddenly brightened, and a gratified smile appeared on his stern face. Thunderbolt and Green Flood Dragon raised their heads, and their expressions changed slightly. An extremely powerful control appeared, and a powerful surge of heaven and earth energy appeared. It was extremely similar to the commander's aura. Father! Outside the door, a handsome figure slowly walked in. His footsteps carried a hint of arrogance, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Junior Commander, Jupiter. Very good. Defeat the enemy. The commander nodded in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with his son's progress. He had broken through earlier than expected. Thunderbolt and Green Flood Dragon King looked at Junior Commander Jupiter with envy in their eyes. As the commander's 2 most capable assistants, how could they not know what was going on? It was obvious that the commander had given all his precious heavenly treasure crystals to his son. This allowed Jupiter to become a titled martial god in such a short time. Greetings, Junior Commander. Thunderbolt and Green Flood Dragon cupped their hands slightly to show their attitude. Even though they had been on the same level as the Junior Commander before, they were now completely different. Becoming a titled martial god meant the most powerful human. Jupiter replied casually, and he was extremely arrogant. Father, is there any news about Lin Feng? Jupiter's eyes flashed, and there was a hint of hostility in them. Lin Feng, Thunderbolt, and Green Flood Dragon thought, and their expressions changed slightly. They also knew about the grudge between Jupiter and Lin Feng. However, how could this be the time to be obsessed with personal grudges? The commander's eyes couldn't help but sigh inexplicably. However, his personality was determined by the heavens, and it was extremely difficult to change it. Lin Feng should still be trapped in the heavenly treasure world. Even though he's not dead, it doesn't bode well for him, the commander said indifferently. He waved his hand. Go out and stabilize your strength. Get used to the new feeling. I'll come find you later. Okay, Jupiter replied lazily. He didn't even look at Thunderbolt and Green Flood Dragon before he turned and left. His handsome face was filled with hatred. He snorted disdainfully. Tisk, lucky bastard. If you dare to come back, I'll humiliate you this time. In his heart, he was still thinking about the battle in the duel arena that day, and the grudge of stealing his beloved. Jupiter was extremely jealous of Lin Feng. Sigh. The commander sighed almost inaudibly. The junior commander is still young. President will slowly grow up, Green Flood Dragon said slowly. When he takes over the Heavenly Martial Army in the future, he'll naturally feel more responsible, Thunderbolt added. After following the commander for so many years, how could the two of them not understand what the commander was thinking? A hero of a generation had given birth to such a son. I hope so. The commander looked a little older. He looked at Green Flood Dragon and Thunderbolt and nodded. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you in the future. Commander, you're too kind, Green Flood Dragon and Thunderbolt said. All right, let's continue, the commander said in a low voice. Are there any problems with the last step of the Doomsday Plan? Yes, Thunderbolt said seriously. I feel that the last step, bloodline continuation, should be carried out earlier. Oh, the commander's eyes lit up. Tianwu continent was in turmoil. Black Mist Dragon Valley was also filled with lightning and thunder. The dark sky was occupied by a group of Black Mist Dragon Valley. Their terrifying aura kept surging. Boom, boom. Huge black balls of light shot towards the ground. Countless mountains and hills were blown to smithereens. It was a mess. However, the Black Mist Dragon Valley didn't stop. Instead, it became more and more violent. Under the leadership of Lian Meng and Lian Mu, they swept through the area. The determination of the Black Mist Dragon Valley was astonishing. They wouldn't stop until they reached their goal. In the stalactite cave, Lin Feng sat cross-legged. Outside his body, a thick black mist wrapped tightly around his body. The energy of the aura was far more powerful than a third-level Emperor-level inner core. At this moment, Lin Feng was absorbing a fourth-level Emperor-level inner core. 55 third-level inner cores had been used up long ago. Out of the 15 fourth-level inner cores, he had already absorbed the 14th one. It was the 9th day in a row. In his body, the life soul heart and human soul heart had already changed. In 9 days, it was as if he had been reborn, especially the human soul heart. It wasn't inferior to the life soul heart. A pitch-black mist surrounded the human soul heart, forming a black halo. The color was extremely beautiful. The human soul heart absorbed 50% more energy than the life soul heart. In the beginning, they were evenly matched, but now, the human soul heart had the advantage. However, it wasn't that the human soul heart was stronger. It was just that the black mist and the inner core were so close that the human soul heart didn't need to convert the energy of the inner core and could absorb it directly. However, the life soul heart had to go through a complicated conversion process. Naturally, the efficiency was different. Finally, I've broken through to the 5th level. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. 9 days wasn't short, but it wasn't long either. However, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. He could completely feel the changes in the human soul heart and the life soul heart. The life soul heart formed by soul power was huge and pure. The nebula halo of the life soul heart was like a layer of mist, flashing with intense energy of heaven and earth, tightly protecting the life soul heart. In the beginning, the light ball formed by soul power was the main one, and the energy of heaven and earth was the support. Now, the two were in a stalemate. Faintly, the halo of nebula formed by the energy of heaven and earth overshadowed the soul power by a little. It was like the change of eras. It seemed to be implying something. Phew, Lin Feng exhaled deeply. As the energy of the inner core became weaker, it was like a cake being divided, and the absorption and refinement was coming to an end. At this moment, his body inexplicably felt a slight vibration. Why? Lin Feng opened his eyes. His eyes were bright and resplendent, even more profound than they were 9 days ago. What's going on? Lin Feng frowned, although the vibration was very slight. As if it came from an extremely far place with his current strength, he could still clearly feel it. It was like a mountain range was collapsing, and heaven and earth were crying. Standing up, Lin Feng's eyes spread out like a spider's web. As his strength increased, his heart's eyes senses became clearer and wider. However, this time, he didn't feel anything at all. It seemed like everything was calm. But was it really like that? Wah! Lin Feng stood up, his eyes sparkling. There was danger. His intuition told him that it wasn't like what his heart's eye sensed, where there was nothing. It was like a storm was about to come. There was a strange feeling in the air, a smell that made one's heart tremble. Let's go take a look. Lin Feng's eyes shone. Like a sharp arrow, he left the stalactite cave in a split second. Stepping on the urgent fire shuttle, Lin Feng's expression was extremely serious. His heart's eye constantly searched for the source of the danger. Caution was the parent of safety. In this unfamiliar environment, Lin Feng was very careful. The black fog demonic dragons were not to be trifled with. There's nothing. Lin Feng's eyes shone. Increasing his speed again, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with doubt. Suddenly, a roar sounded in his ears again. The sound was still weak, but compared to before, it was much clearer. As expected, Lin Feng's eyes shone. The reason why he didn't feel it before was because the distance was too far. Let's go take a look, Lin Feng thought. The urgent fire shuttle drew an arc in the air and immediately sped towards the source of the sound. Find out what happened. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 255. Oh my god. Lin Feng was completely stunned. His expression was a little dazed. In his mind's eye, there were hundreds of black fog demonic dragons gathered together. And this was only the periphery of his senses. The tip of the iceberg. In the wider periphery, he didn't know how many black fog demonic dragons there would be. 4th rank, 5th rank, 6th rank. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Faint vibrations kept coming to his ears, and the earth seemed to be shaking. Even though he was so far away, he could clearly feel it. It's the attack of the dark black ball of light. Lin Feng's eyes were burning. With his experience of fighting with the black fog demonic dragons, he instantly guessed it. Images quickly appeared in his mind. It was as if he was there. Rumbling sounds came one after another. Angry roars and long howls kept coming. It was as if they were venting something, or as if they were trying to achieve some kind of goal. The black fog demonic dragon army kept attacking, and the distance between them was slowly closing. The vibrations became clearer and clearer. Lin Feng walked and retreated at the same time, maintaining a safe distance. What were these black fog demonic dragons doing? Lin Feng frowned slightly. It was very strange. How could a demonic beast destroy their own residence like this? Lin Feng muttered thoughtfully, and his expression changed instantly. Oh my god, are they looking for me? An inexplicable thought rose. Suddenly, Lin Feng nodded in realization, and his eyes flashed. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Looking at the attitude of these black fog demonic dragons, they completely treated him as if he killed their father. Indeed, he had slaughtered so many black fog demonic dragons. If they didn't even have the slightest reaction, it would be too abnormal. How ruthless! Lin Feng sighed softly. In order to find him, they actually used such a stupid method and did not hesitate to destroy his own residence. But it was undeniable that this stupid method did have a certain effect. This place was very close to the stalactite cave. According to the speed, in less than an hour, the black fog demonic dragon army would find the huge waterfall. At that time, with the current violent behavior, the stalactite cave would definitely be destroyed, and not even a blade of grass would be left alive. Let's go. Lin Feng instantly made his decision. If he stayed any longer, there would only be more unforeseen circumstances. Furthermore, there was no need to fight the army of black mist demon dragons head-on. Whoosh! The urgent fire shuttle quickly turned around, turning into a streak of red light and disappearing. Half an hour later. This is bad. This is troublesome. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He controlled the urgent fire shuttle to make a full circle, only to find that he was surrounded. The densely packed army of black fog demonic dragons formed a huge fishing net, wrapping themselves and the entire stalactite cave tightly. Not a single drop of water could be seen. There were black mist demonic dragons in every corner of the space. There were at least a few thousand of them. How generous! Lin Feng let out a long sigh. It seems that these black mist demonic dragons hate me to the core. Lin Feng suddenly revealed a smile. He smiled bitterly. He was one step too late. If I had noticed it earlier, I would have been able to find an opening to escape. Lin Feng shook his head gently, feeling that it was a pity. The army of black mist demonic dragons formed a large circle and kept shrinking. The smaller the circle, the tighter the defense. He might have been able to break through one of the defenses, but, like a chain, it would definitely attract the attention of the army of black mist demonic dragons. At that time, it would be troublesome. When thousands of black mist demonic dragons surrounded him, Lin Feng felt his heart palpitate when he thought of the shocking scene. It was too shocking. Even if he could kill a 5th or 6th stage black mist demonic dragon one-on-one, could he deal with thousands of black mist demonic dragons? Not to mention thousands, even hundreds of black mist demonic dragons would be enough to kill him several times over. My body is too weak after all. Lin Feng was very clear. Even if he had the illusory armor and the defense of a 5th stage black mist demonic dragon, he had not condensed the heart of origin. His body was like a fragile porcelain bottle, shattering with a touch. The strength of his body was only equivalent to a 1st stage emperor-level magical beast. He could block the attack, but he might not be able to block the impact of the force. What should I do? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He was surrounded on all sides. The astonishing aura approached steadily, and the pressure kept pressing on him. Lin Feng pursed his lips tightly, and the expression in his eyes kept changing. He thought of all kinds of solutions. Escaping was inevitable. The key was how to escape and avoid. It was the safest and easiest way. Let's go to the other side and take a look. There might be a chance. Lin Feng nodded secretly. He had to search carefully. He could not miss any possibility. Whoosh! The urgent fire shuttle streaked across the sky again. The defense is really tight. There's no gap between the land and the sky. As Lin Feng sped forward, he sensed with his mind's eye, but he was disappointed. Compared to the defense on the other side, the defense was not weak at all. It was like a nebula chain, tightly locking the entire space. If he forced his way through, he would definitely die a spectacular death. These black mist demonic dragons are really not simple. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. He immediately felt admiration in his heart. Like a foolish old man moving a mountain, to be able to use a stupid method to such an extent, it was also a kind of wisdom. It seems that I have to think of another way. Lin Feng thought to himself. The current situation seemed very dangerous, but after all, the enemy was in the light while he was in the dark. He still had a large advantage. Compared to the previous 2 pursuits, this was undoubtedly a small matter. There must be a way. Lin Feng nodded. The urgent fire shuttle sped past. Lin Feng was about to leave when his eyes suddenly lit up. Using his mind's eye, suddenly he found a gap. Lin Feng was extremely surprised. Even as he sped forward, bringing with him a whistling hurricane, Lin Feng came to a place not far from where he sensed. In front of him was a bright area. Although it was covered by a thick black fog, there was not a single black mist demonic dragon around. It was an empty area. There's indeed a gap. Lin Feng was instantly delighted. The black mist demonic dragon set up an inescapable net, but there is still a gap. Although the gap is not big, with my speed, I can definitely pass through without being discovered. Lin Feng revealed a light smile. Controlling the urgent fire shuttle, he immediately sped forward. This feeling of pulling chestnuts out of the fire was quite good. As long as he passed through this gap, he would be able to escape the encirclement of the black mist demonic dragon army. Just as Lin Feng was feeling happy, suddenly, his heart fiercely shook, as if there was a strange feeling spreading throughout his body. The dragon-killing spear in the scabbard lightly hummed and vibrated. The weapon had a spirit. What's going on? Lin Feng's expression instantly changed. His body suddenly stopped, and his eyes flashed with a shocked luster. Instantly, Lin Feng's head shook. No, something was completely wrong. From the formation of this scorched earth, the commander of the Black Mist Demonic Dragon Army is quite strong. Not only did he analyze the area I am in, but he also set up an inescapable net, pushing forward layer by layer. With such caution, how could he leave me a gap? Lin Feng thought to himself. Suddenly, his hair stood on end, and he felt a chill down his spine. He had unknowingly fallen into a trap. Heavens! What a deep scheme! Lin Feng's expression changed, and he felt a chill all over his body. This Black Mist Demonic Dragon Army had purposely created this situation, forcing him to flee in panic. When he found this gap, he would definitely be overjoyed under the huge difference. But he could completely imagine that behind this gap, A bayonet was already shining brightly, directly aiming for his life. Go! Lin Feng turned around and left without any hesitation. The urgent fire shuttle exploded with extreme speed, and in an instant, a red light bloomed. And at this moment, roar! A shocking dragon roar sounded, roaring through the sky. When it fell into Lin Feng's ears, a deep chill rose in his heart. It was just as he had expected. This was definitely a well-arranged trap. In the sky, the deafening dragon roar sounded, and even the earth was trembling. Behind Lin Feng, a black mist demonic dragon that was only 1,000 meters long showed its figure. Its cold eyes flashed with coldness, and it roared toward the sky. Refining puppet, the first level of the transformation realm. Only when a magical beast entered the transformation realm could it have the ability to hide its aura. In an instant, Pang Rant's black mist overflowed. Horror spread everywhere. Refining Puppet's huge figure was wrapped by the black mist in the blink of an eye, and its pitch-black scales looked even more demonic. In the whistling sound, it turned into a black light spot, directly attacking Lin Feng. Its speed was so fast that in just a moment, it shortened the distance between Lin Feng and it. So fast, Lin Feng was greatly shocked. Compared to the 6th level Emperor-level black mist demonic dragon that chased after him for the second time, its strength was much more terrifying. Just the aura alone was completely different. His heart palpitated incomparably. The aura behind him was extremely strong and ferocious. With the sound of heavy breathing, Pang Rant's black mist spread around him. Oh no! Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. His heart beat rapidly, and the horrifying dragon roar sounded in his ears. Under the influence of the black mist, his speed was reduced again. And because his life spirit was controlling the urgent fire shuttle, his human soul could not use it at the same time, so the power of the black mist could not be fully displayed. The distance was shortened in the blink of an eye. Space deceleration. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. His life spirit rotated rapidly, and an astonishing amount of heaven and earth energy gathered outside his body, accompanied by a fierce force, and exploded in an instant. Roar! An angry roar sounded. Refining Puppet's eyes were even colder, and the black mist tried its best to resist the crazily squeezing heaven and earth energy. The pressure on its body doubled in an instant. Although its speed was reduced, Refining Puppet's strength was still much higher than Lin Feng's. With the help of the black mist, the distance between them was still closing. Lin Feng tried his best to escape, and he could vaguely see the stalactite cave in the distance. It was close at hand, but at that moment, an angry roar sounded behind him, and the distance between them reached a freezing point. It was within reach. It was too late. Let's fight. Lin Feng's eyes shone with a cold light. I want to see how powerful you are. The urgent fire shuttle turned quickly, and a red light burst out. Bang! Lin Feng held the dragon-killing spear in his hand, and he looked like a god descending to the mortal world. His fighting spirit was soaring. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 256. Let's fight. Lin Feng was fearless. Since he couldn't escape, he might as well have a good fight. Floating in the air, Lin Feng and Lien Xiao looked at each other. The color in their eyes changed. His life, soul heart, turned into the human soul heart. The urgent fire shuttle disappeared in an instant. What replaced it was a thick black fog that spread out from his heart and completely wrapped around his body. A hint of surprise flashed across Lien Mu's face. Her expression changed slightly. She did not understand how the human in front of her could possess the innate talent of the Black Mist demonic dragon clan. But it didn't stop there. Pa! Pa! Outside of Lin Feng's body, a sharp black light appeared. Then, a shiny black armor appeared in a flash. The gigantic dragon tail, the shining dragon scales, and the shocking horns on its head made Smelter feel suffocated. The The human in front of it was a replica of the incarnation of Lien Xiao. It was shocked. Chance. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Lien Xiao was stunned. Where else could he find such a good opportunity? As the human's soul spun, a golden light shone and formed the image of a five-clawed golden dragon. A domineering aura filled with the aura of a king. Lien Su was stunned. Now's the time. Lin Feng's body, with the help of the black mist, suddenly exploded with speed. The dragon-killing spear made a loud noise. The black aura shone. Lin Feng felt a strong energy wave. It seemed to be connected with his heart. It was the feeling of their hearts merging, one with the spear. Whoosh! It was as fast as the wind. Like a bolt of lightning, the five-clawed golden dragon's image solidified. Lien Zhao's aura weakened. But it was a shape-shifted being after all. The two thick black fog collided. Neither could do anything to the other. Refined Puppet woke up and roared angrily. A huge dark ball of light condensed, and a terrifying aura covered the entire area. Lin Feng's expression changed. The energy of the black ball of light was far beyond what he could handle. Not good. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. In terms of pure attack power, he was completely defeated. Once they were hit by that black ball of light, even if they had a few lives, they wouldn't be able to survive. Let's go all out. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. In the blink of an eye, 3 inches below his right kneecap, the small blood-red light spot suddenly lit up. Heroic wheel, Shueli acupoint. A powerful aura flowed through his body and fused with the golden light. An abnormally powerful energy filled his entire body. In a split second, Lin Feng's figure became illusory. The red mist completely enveloped him, making him seem real yet illusory. His speed increased in an instant. Explosive growth. Bang! It was like a thunderclap. Lin Feng turned into a red dot of light as the dragon-slaying spear let out a shrill cry. The aperture acupoints exploded. Lien Rong's expression changed drastically. Before the dark ball of light could fully condense, Lin Feng's terrifying red figure arrived. The golden light merged with the red figure, forming a strange air current. Lin Feng's black fog was like a hot knife through butter. It relied on its explosive power to gain the upper hand. Unstoppable. Lin Feng's eyes shone with a cold light. His body's strength was completely concentrated on the spear, condensing the cold light at the tip of the spear. Lien Rong's claws flashed with a sharp color. The surging black light gathered in front of its chest to block. It didn't give in at all. It was a true face-to-face battle. Who would win? Break! Lin Feng's body and the dragon-slaying spear had completely fused. Facing an unprecedented enemy, he unleashed 120% of his strength. The realm of one with the spear instantly increased in an extremely dangerous situation. It went from the initial stage to the initial stage. Boom! The two meteors collided with each other with a loud bang, as if the heavenly thunder had triggered the earth's fire. The five-clawed golden dragon attacked crazily. The explosive power of the acupuncture points and the talent of the black fog increased exponentially. They all turned into attacks and concentrated in this earth-shattering spear. Facing Lien Rong's powerful defense, the dragon-slaying spear exploded with its strongest power. Chi! It went straight for Lien Rong's chest, but it only pierced through. Although the speed of the attack was extremely fast, Lien Rong's strength was equally terrifying. Lin Feng's strongest attack was blocked. What a terrifying defense. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. His right hand was completely numb, and he couldn't feel the web between his thumb and forefinger. The powerful reaction made him unable to withstand the spear and unable to feel his right hand. But at this moment, the dragon-slaying spear vibrated violently. It crazily sucked blood. Hua! Lin Feng was shocked. He felt as if the dragon-slaying spear had drunk to its heart's content. Lien Rong's furious roar rang in his ears. The terrifying black energy exploded. The wound on Lien Rong's chest was completely torn apart by its own violent aura. The dragon-slaying spear couldn't withstand the powerful energy and was instantly squeezed out. The injury made Lien Rong hysterical. Lin Feng felt that the dragon-slaying spear was a little different. But there was no time for that. Run! Shua! The urgent fire shuttle appeared. Lin Feng's eyes instantly changed. He had a strong desire to attack. The energy of the heavens and the earth gathered and formed a spiral around his body. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. His aura instantly exploded. Space deceleration. The strong energy of the heavens and the earth shot toward Lien Rong like a sharp arrow. It made the already injured Lien Rong even worse. Hearing the furious roar, Lin Feng didn't stay for even a second. He instantly turned into a beam of light and disappeared. Run! He ran for his life. The more time he wasted, the more danger he would be in. Using his mind's eye, he saw that the black fog demonic dragons had started to gather. In fact, he didn't even have a chance of winning against the black fog demonic dragon just now. The only reason he had the upper hand was because he made the first move and caught it off guard. By the time it reacted, he was afraid that he would be running away. It was difficult. Every second gave him a chance. Even if it was just a short 2 seconds, it was enough for Lin Feng to escape. Stalactite Cave. The familiar cave appeared in front of him, but Lin Feng frowned. This place was no longer safe. But other than this place, where else could he go? As the urgent fire shuttle sped forward, Lin Feng kept thinking. He was extremely focused. The more dangerous the situation was, the more it reflected a warrior's heart. Tenacity. Go against the flow. There's still a way out. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. His gaze focused on the huge waterfall. Looking down, Lin Feng instantly jumped into the huge river like a fish. Splash! He jumped into the river again. Memories came flooding back like a tide. I'm back! Lin Feng smiled. Outside, Refined Puppet roared like it had gone mad. The wound on its chest was painful to look at. Its scales were stained with thick blood. It looked extremely miserable. However, it didn't expect that it would suffer such a heavy blow in just a short moment of distraction. The wound on its chest wasn't serious, but the loss of blood was quite shocking, especially in that moment just now. With a pale face, Refined Puppet was on the verge of collapsing. Its furious roar filled the sky, venting the anger in its heart. That human actually escaped right under its nose. It was utterly humiliating. It angrily scolded the army of black fog demonic dragons and dug 3 feet into the ground to find traces of that damned human. Soon, the stalactite cave was exposed. Just as Lin Feng expected, hundreds of black fog demonic dragons crazily attacked the stalactite cave. In just a few seconds, it was razed to the ground. Refined Puppet's cold eyes shot out cold light as it searched everywhere for Lin Feng. But Lin Feng had already escaped. In the huge river, Lin Feng's body was surrounded by thick black fog as he flew quickly. The natural cover of the river completely hid his aura. I can't believe that after going around in circles, I'm back here. Lin Feng smiled and moved his right arm. Until now, it was still sore and numb. He couldn't use any strength at all. That spear was indeed powerful. However, at the same time, it was beyond his control. That guy is really terrifyingly strong. Recalling the battle just now, Lin Feng was shocked. He had almost lost his life. If he hadn't taken advantage of the short moment when it was distracted, he wouldn't have been able to hurt it. Just that huge black ball of light alone was enough to crush him into pieces. The suppression of the golden dragon's chi, the explosion of the acupuncture points, the black fog, and the dragon-killing spear. I barely managed to hurt it. Lin Feng shook his head speechlessly. He was inexplicably shocked. Shape-shifting is indeed not ordinary. I might be able to fight it if I increase my level by 1, but it's too difficult to kill it. After the battle, he knew how powerful the shape-shifting black fog demonic dragon was. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He couldn't calm down for a long time. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. The dragon-killing spear appeared in his hand. At the last moment of the battle, he had felt something strange about the dragon-killing spear. However, he didn't have time to examine it carefully. He looked over. The dragon-killing spear's originally pitch-black body was shining with a faint red glow. It was faintly bright, as if it was alive. When he held it in his hand, he felt connected to his heart. Lin Feng could feel the joy of the dragon-killing spear. It had a hint of battle spirit and excitement. The energy aura was even more intense. It was as if, leveling up, this word appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Feeling the power of the dragon-killing spear, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. From the looks of it, this battle wasn't completely fruitless after all. In the river, Lin Feng was rushing forward. The strength of the human soul heart was not inferior to the life soul heart. With the talent of the black fog, it could increase the speed of the pure control of movement techniques. Using his consciousness clone, the other Lin Feng was cultivating the fifth form of the Aurora drill. He didn't waste any time. Today is August 5th. There's still 10 days left. Lin Feng calculated. I can't waste 10 days in this river. Lin Feng muttered softly. His eyes flickered. However, I definitely can't stay in the periphery of the black fog demonic dragon valley. Those crazy fellows must be itching to tear me into pieces. Since that's the case, why don't I enter the deepest part of the black fog demonic dragon valley and take a look? Perhaps there might be some unexpected gains. Lin Feng smiled faintly. The increase in his strength had given him enough capital. Furthermore, there was an old saying, the most dangerous place was the safest place. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 257. There were only 15 days left until the 100-day deadline. The Sky Martial continent was currently in a tragic state. In the past half a month, countless cities and towns had been trampled to the ground by magical beasts, and hundreds of millions of humans had died unnatural deaths. The wailing of geese, the bitter wind, and the bitter rain. A total of 15 martial god realm experts had died in this half a month. On average, there was one every day, and this was far from the most terrifying part of the beast riot. 10 days ago, when the 7th stage king level magical beast descended, the second stage of the beast riot reached its climax. The magical beast attacks had increased to an unprecedented level, causing all the warriors to be exhausted. Especially those 7th stage martial gods, there were only a few in the entire Sky Martial continent. And when the 100-day deadline was over, the Emperor-level magical beasts and even the Dragon Clan magical beasts would step into the Sky Martial continent. At that time, it would be the true end of the world. Heaven-Breaking City was currently extremely busy. Ziyao frowned slightly, floating in the air, watching batch after batch of human elites enter the training base, her eyes flickering. At this moment, the final step of the Doomsday Plan was being carried out, the continuation of Bloodline, selecting the human elites to avoid this natural disaster. The gigantic egg-shaped building was like a creeping giant beast, over 10,000 meters long, stretching as far as the eye could see. This was the only ancient ruin owned by the show, and also the only refuge that had a chance of survival. What are you worried about, Ziyao? With a smile on his face, Lan Shao arrived. It's nothing, Uncle Lan, Ziyao replied clearly. Looking at the densely packed figures, she asked, almost everyone has entered, right? Yes, the last 100,000 people. Lan Shao nodded and said, the training base has already been used to the maximum. I'm afraid it won't be able to withstand any more. In fact, even if a few million or even tens of millions of people enter, it would be insignificant to the number of humans. Sighing softly, Ziyao's eyes were slightly blurred. What's wrong? Lan Shao could not help but ask curiously. This bloodline continuation plan was personally decided by the Moon Emperor that day, hoping to leave behind a precious flame for the human race. I know. Ziyao nodded, her eyes glowing. Actually, I'm thinking that what we're doing now, the previous civilization must have done it as well, and it definitely wouldn't be worse than what we're doing. But in the end, they were still destroyed by the rampage of the level 9 beasts. They were completely wiped out. Lon was startled, and his expression changed slightly. It had to be said that Ziyao's words made sense. If they could use the primordial ruins to avoid the calamity, the ancient civilization would definitely be able to continue their bloodline. How could they perish? I don't know either. Azura shook her head. After all, it's been 10,000 years. It's really too far away from us. Perhaps there's a lot of information we don't know about the Beast Horde's rampage. Yes, Ziyao's beautiful face turned serious. All we can do now is to do our best and leave the rest to fate. What else could they do in the face of a disaster that no one could resist? Right at this moment, beep, the fluorescent compass sounded softly. Ziyao's beautiful eyes glanced over and saw that familiar name. A trace of joy instantly appeared in her eyes. You're in a better mood? Lon looked at Ziyao and smiled. She had just answered a call, but it actually had such a huge magical effect. Let me tell you a piece of good news, Uncle Lon. Ziyao smiled. Lindigo will be back on August 15th. Lindigo? Back on August 15th? Lon was startled, and his expression changed. Ziyao, you're talking about Lin Feng, Lin Shouhu? Everyone knew that Lin Feng was trapped in the heavenly treasure world. No one thought that Lin Feng would be able to return safely from the heavenly treasure world. But now, even the time could be set? Yes, Lindigo also told me not to worry. Ziyao smiled. He will accompany us to fight against the level 9 beast horde and do his best to protect the Sky Martial Continent. Lon smiled bitterly and didn't care too much. He was very clear about Lin Feng's strength. Even if he could return from the heavenly treasure world, so what? In the face of such a terrifying beast tide of the 9th rank, how many waves could he cause by himself? If it was so simple, the Moon Emperor wouldn't have to risk his life to enter the 100 Falls ancient ruins. But looking at Ziyao's happy expression, Lon could only think about it in his heart. Yes, when the time comes, we humans will have more strength. Lon smiled and replied. Confidence and encouragement were very important. As long as one was alive, one had to have faith and encouragement. Sometimes, a white lie would be more effective than the truth. Yes, definitely. Ziyao's beautiful eyes flickered as she nodded. Unlike Lon, Ziyao had 100% trust in Lin Feng, because she believed that since Lindigo said, then he would definitely be able to do it. This spiritual communicator seems to have run out of energy. Lin Feng looked at the dim Big Apple and said softly, although it was a pity, at least he had made the best use of it. A total of 1,000,000 starlight points was worth it. He had just finished the conversation with his brother, Lin Yun, and used the last 30 seconds. Lin Feng asked about the situation at home and asked his brother, Lin Yun, to pass the message to Ziyao. Since he had reported his safety, the weight in his heart was lifted. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. On August 15th, he would return. 8 days left. Lin Feng's eyes were bright. In this huge river, he had been traveling for 2 days and 2 nights. His current speed was completely different from when he first entered the Black Mist demonic Dragon Valley. Just the talent Black Mist alone could increase his speed by several times. His strength had also increased by leaps and bounds. Not to mention the life spirit. Even the weakest human spirit had now reached the 5th level. That was the 5th level of the initial star level. With my current strength, I wonder if I can fight against the beast horde. Lin Feng muttered softly. He was not sure. After all, he had never experienced it before. But at least, compared to before, he was more confident. Let's take it one step at a time. Lin Feng clenched his fist and thought to himself. No matter what, just like what he said to his brother, give it his all. No matter how dangerous the beast horde was, he would definitely give it his all to protect his home and his loved ones. Protect the Sky Martial Continent. I wonder where I am now. Following the direction of the river, Lin Feng walked deeper and deeper. But it did not matter. Anyway, he did not need to break through this spatial barrier. As long as he could buy this spatial teleportation door, he could return to the Sky Martial Continent anytime. On the first day, he had already passed the area where he first entered the black mist demonic dragon valley. And now, what a dense aura. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling. Although they were separated by the river, his mind's eye could still sense the fog outside. It was quite astonishing. Suddenly, Lin Feng stopped. Looking ahead, the speed of the river suddenly increased. Huge whirlpools were crazily swallowing the river water. The strong suction force seemed to want to suck him in as well. Behind the whirlpools, there was a huge stone wall. There was no other way. I've reached the end. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. After 2 days and 2 nights, he had finally reached the deepest part of the Black Mist Demonic Dragon Valley. Indeed, those Black Mist Demonic Dragons would never have thought that the puny human they had been chasing would be so daring. Not only did he not run away, he entered the demonic dragon lair. In the pitch-black fog, a lone figure landed on this piece of land. Wearing the black illusory armor, Lin Feng was very careful as he entered this strange and dangerous area. What a dense fog! Lin Feng took a deep breath. The density of the black fog in front of him was more than 10 times that of the outside of the stalactite cave. It was almost comparable to the white fog produced by the whirlpool in the stalactite cave. Only the color was different. One was white while the other was black. However, there was no difference in essence. The black fog was actually the evolution of the white fog. It had been affected by the black mist demonic dragon's black fog for a long time. Heavens, so many light spots. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. Using his mind's eye, he saw countless energy light spots densely covering the surroundings. There was no aura of life. They were just pure energy crystals. Wah! Lin Feng moved his body slightly and grabbed with his right hand at lightning speed. It was a huge black mist crystal. It was so big that he could wrap his arms around it. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. As expected, the thicker the fog, the more black mist crystals are produced and the purer they are. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng's movements did not slow down. With a few simple movements, instantly, a dozen black mist crystals appeared in his purple ring. The big ones were almost half a person's height. Even the small ones were worth hundreds of heavenly treasure points. Not bad. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Right now, the Black Mist demonic dragon army was crazily surrounding him. Without a doubt, it would be extremely difficult for him to hunt for more cores. Since that was the case, he could only take a step back. As long as he had enough black mist crystals, his cultivation speed would also increase rapidly. It would just take a bit more time. At least, it would be faster than simply cultivating. So many. Lin Feng's eyes shone. In the fog, there were black mist crystals everywhere. Lin Feng immediately revealed a carefree smile. It would be a waste not to take them. So, his body was like lightning. Wherever Lin Feng passed, not even a blade of grass grew. In less than half an hour, there were hundreds of black mist crystals in his purple ring. It was a bountiful harvest. How many years have the black mist crystals accumulated here? Lin Feng sighed softly. Moving in a fan-shaped direction, he did not need the urgent fire shuttle. Just his main body alone was picking up the black mist crystals, and his hands were already weak from picking them up. At this moment, his consciousness clone was working hard to cultivate the 5th form of the Aurora drill. Very difficult. Very difficult. After 2 whole days and 2 nights, he only managed to catch a glimpse of its profundity. But Lin Feng was not in a hurry. When cultivating, the more anxious one was, the slower one would be to comprehend. Anyway, with his current strength, just the human soul heart was enough. So, Lin Feng flashed past, leaving behind an afterimage. He continued to pick up the endless black mist crystals. Suddenly, the mind's eye instantly sensed it. Lin Feng's expression changed, and his eyes widened rapidly. My God! Lin Feng was extremely shocked. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to Comachedian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 258. In his senses, it was a huge cluster of light spots. The energy aura of the dense light spots was strong and concentrated. It was far from what the black fog crystal stones could compare to. Hua! Lin Feng teleported. Instantly, his vision became clear. It was a small valley. A huge whirlpool of energy spiraled up. It was very similar to the whirlpool on the right side of the stalactite cave. Dense black mist rose into the air, and tens of thousands of black mist crystals floated quietly in the middle of the black mist. Hiss! Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air, his eyes shining. Oh my God, this is... Lin Feng looked at one of the black fog crystals. It was pure black without any impurities. It looked like a crystal that was pitch black to the extreme. It looked ordinary, but the energy aura it contained caused him to be shocked. In his mind, a name suddenly appeared. Black Fog Crystal Heart. Black Fog Crystal Heart, a 4th grade crystal stone, also known as the 10,000-year Black Fog Crystal Stone. It is formed from the Black Fog Crystal Stone after being refined for more than 10,000 years. It is condensed and has pure energy. It is extremely precious. Lin Feng read the description of the Black Fog Crystal Heart from the Illustrated Handbook. His heart was beating fast. The Black Fog Crystal Heart was very pure. If I absorb the energy of the Black Fog Crystal Heart, even if the efficiency is not as good as the inner core, it will not be too far off. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Most importantly, there were a lot of Black Fog Crystal Hearts in front of him. 1/10 of them. Haha, I didn't even need to work. Lin Feng laughed. The purple ring on his hand flashed. Suddenly, like a thief, Lin Feng took all the Black Fog Crystal Stones and Black Fog Crystal Hearts. Not a single one was left. Fortunately, the purple ring was a 3-star spirit treasure and had enough energy. Otherwise, it would not be able to store them. I was right to come this time. Lin Feng showed a satisfied smile. Originally, the main purpose of entering the depths of the Black Fog Demonic Dragon Valley was to avoid the pursuit of the Black Fog Demonic Dragon Army. But now, it was an unexpected gain. Not bad at all. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He had only entered for less than an hour, and he had already obtained such a great harvest. From this, it could be seen that the wealth here was far more than what he had seen. In other places, there would definitely be more black mist crystals and black mist crystal cores. In fact, who knows? There might be other gains. Lin Feng smiled calmly. The purple ring in his hand flickered, and in a short period of time, the small valley was emptied. All that was left was the pitch-black mist, but there were no more black mist crystals. It was completely empty. Looking at his masterpiece, Lin Feng suddenly smiled. His eyes flickered and disappeared in an instant. A thief had entered the demonic dragon lair. He was a tasteless thief. That was because he stole everything. But now almost all of the Black Fog demonic dragons were out on missions to hunt down Lin Feng. Instead, the nest became empty. Another black mist crystal valley. Lin Feng smiled. In his mind's eye, this was already the 3rd black mist crystal valley he had found. In every valley with a whirlpool, other than black mist crystals, there must be the existence of the black mist crystal heart. The more, the better. Lin Feng was about to barge in. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. This time, in addition to the strong energy aura, there was also life energy. Oh, it's a black fog demonic dragon. Lin Feng smiled. Hiding his body, Lin Feng stepped in. Although the fog was too thick to see, his mind's eye senses would not be wrong. It should be a rank 4 black fog demonic dragon. Lin Feng was calm. To him, killing a rank 4 black fog demonic dragon was as easy as blowing off dust. But no need. Lin Feng shook his head. Instead of risking his identity to kill a rank 4 black fog demonic dragon, it was better to quietly pick up black mist crystals. At least, with the black mist crystals still so abundant, there was no need to cause trouble. It seems that the black mist demonic dragon doesn't have any defenses here. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Compared to the black mist demonic dragons outside, the black mist demonic dragons here obviously lacked danger awareness. They were completely unguarded against him. Lin Feng didn't know that the reason why the Black Mist demonic dragons here were so calm was because the Black Mist demonic dragon clan's patriarch lived here, Lianya, a super existence at the third realm of manifestation. He strolled around the area, casually picking up items in the outer area for almost an hour. When he returned, the rank 4 Black Mist demonic dragon was no longer there. Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile, like a thief who had finally waited for his master to leave. So, Lin Feng rushed in. Sure enough, just as his mind's eye sensed, the whirlpool in front of him followed like a shadow, and a huge black mist flashed, accompanied by tens of thousands of black mist crystals, as well as thousands of black mist crystal cores. They formed an extremely shocking energy aura. I won't hold back. Lin Feng smiled. The purple ring flickered, and instantly the light was dazzling. One by one, the black mist crystals fell into his pocket. Lin Feng felt extremely satisfied. Time, minute by minute, second by second. More than half of the huge black mist disappeared in the blink of an eye. After taking all the black mist crystal cores, Lin Feng happily accepted the black mist crystals. Anyway, whether they were useful or not, he would take them first. Many a little makes a mickle, just like cultivation. Suddenly, Lin Feng's expression changed. In his mind's eye, that familiar life aura appeared again, and it was rapidly approaching. It was still that rank 4 Black Mist demonic dragon. It actually came back. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He clicked his tongue lightly, and his body moved slightly to the side. It was like a thief who was working halfway and coincidentally bumped into its master. That rank 4 Black Mist demonic dragon arrived in the blink of an eye. Its body landed, and the Black Mist demonic dragon lay beside the whirlpool, squinting its eyes. Just as it was enjoying bathing in the thick black mist, suddenly, the Black Mist demonic dragon opened its eyes, and its expression changed. It looked left and right. Instantly, it roared furiously. "Oh no, I've been discovered." Lin Feng frowned, but it was no wonder. It was hard for him to not be discovered after stealing most of the treasures from its home. The roars continued, and they were filled with extreme anger. Lin Feng frowned. If he allowed this black fog demon dragon to make a ruckus, it would not take long before the other black fog demon dragons discovered him and started to calculate. With the intelligence of the black fog demon dragons, he would definitely expose his identity. When that happened, things would slowly escalate. If that's the case, then consider yourself unlucky. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, revealing a cold, killing intent. Silencing the dragon, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared. Instantly, an intense aura spread out, and Lin Feng's figure appeared like lightning. The black aura of the dragon-killing spear in his hand condensed into a faint red glow, and a violent black mist spread out, like a meteor crashing. The 5-clawed golden dragon roared. Golden dragon energy. Lin Feng's killing intent spread out. The black mist demonic dragon's expression changed drastically. An extremely powerful pressure suppressed it, and its body trembled violently. That was the aura of a true top-tier dragon. It wasn't like Refined Puppet, which had the ability to transform. As an adult stage 4 Black Mist demonic dragon, it was only at the middle and lower levels of the pyramid in the clan. Roar, its voice was a little weak, and the black mist condensed outside its body was completely suppressed by Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng's attack suddenly arrived. Unstoppable. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and the dragon-killing spear shone brightly with red light and a loud roar. With the support of the black mist, Lin Feng's speed increased again, and he turned into a violent stream of light. The 5-clawed golden dragon's virtual image devoured crazily and pierced through like lightning, as fast as the wind. The human figure and the spear merged into an extremely bright light, filled with shocking, explosive power. One with the spear. Boom! Roar! A shrill roar sounded, and it filled the sky. However, in an instant, the roar weakened and stopped abruptly. A horrifying bloody hole appeared in the black mist demonic dragon's chest. The dragon-killing spear crazily devoured the black mist demonic dragon's blood. Lin Feng floated calmly in the air, his eyes shining brightly. The dragon-killing spear's attack power has more than doubled. Lin Feng was shocked. The moment it pierced through, the red glow on the black spear released a terrifying and indestructible power. It has indeed advanced by one level. Lin Feng's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. The stronger the dragon-killing spear was, the stronger his attack power would be. In an instant, the huge black mist demonic dragon's blood was sucked dry, and the dragon-killing spear vibrated lightly, exuding a joyful aura. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. The scabbard shook and was about to return to the dragon-killing spear when he sensed with his mind's eye. Not far away, a few more powerful auras of life were rushing over. In the sky, dragon roars sounded one after another, carrying with them a hint of anger. Good. Lin Feng's eyes glinted coldly. Since he had been exposed, he would expose himself thoroughly. A few black mist demonic dragons were nothing to him. If one came, he would kill one. If 2 came, he would kill a pair. If 12 came, he would kill a dozen. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and the dragon-killing spear vibrated excitedly, as if it had sensed Lin Feng's battle intent. In an instant, red light filled the air. Fight! Half an hour later, Lin Feng hovered in the air, and the dragon-killing spear in his hand glowed with a ferocious bloody light. 1 level 5 inner core, 3 level 4 inner cores, and 6 level 3 inner cores. The harvest was quite good. 10 more dragon corpses appeared in his purple ring. Lin Feng smiled indifferently, not showing much emotion. Things are different now. Ever since he killed the first black mist demonic dragon, his mentality had changed. Now, killing 10 black mist demonic dragons was just a matter of moving his fingers. It was too easy. I was still exposed. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. But according to the usual practice, the black mist demonic dragons would need about 10 to 12 hours to be sure of discovering me. Plus, the journey from the periphery to here is not short, so I still have plenty of time. Lin Feng's lips curled up, and he understood. The hunt continued. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 259. Sky Martial Continent. It was a sea of fire. The number of humans that died was astronomical, and the number of martial artists that sacrificed themselves was equally shocking. The 9th-ranked beast's rampage was extremely terrifying, and this was merely the 2nd phase and had not even reached the 3rd phase. It was hard to imagine what would happen if the beast's rampage were to truly launch an all-out attack. What kind of scene would it be? Would the heavens collapse, or would it be a meteor strike? No one knew, but the strange thing was on August 8th, on such an ordinary day, the beast's rampage had mysteriously stopped. That's right, it had stopped. The Sky Martial Continent was completely silent. There were no more alarming alarms, no more energy barriers. Looking at the constant changes in the white light, looking at the ugly faces of the magical beasts, everyone's heart could not help but tremble. There was also no news of warriors dying one after another. Everything seemed to have returned to its original point. Silence, as if nothing had happened. Only the broken limbs and broken bones of the borders and the rivers of blood proved that everything that had happened was real. Had it ended? Would the beast's rampage really end? Obviously, it would not. This is troublesome. The commander's voice was filled with helplessness and coldness. And what's wrong, father? Zhupadi was puzzled. Lei Li and Qing Jiao knew what had happened, and their faces were similarly ashen, showing a silent paleness, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. The beast's rampage was an abnormal action, and what it brought was a truly terrifying and dangerous signal. Within 7 days, the beasts will rampage, Lei Li said bitterly. The 3rd phase is about to begin. Qing Jiao sighed. Zhu Padi softly replied with an "oh" and thoughtfully nodded his head, his eyes changing, as though he was thinking of something. What will come will come. The commander's hair was slightly white. His 2 sideburns were truly old, not because of his age, but a kind of mentality, a kind of feeling towards the future. Just like his heart, cold and lonely, with little hope. A few days earlier than expected, Qin Jiao said. Laley chuckled, but did not care. He had long disregarded life and death. Just like the tall man in front of him, for sky martial continent, for humankind, not hesitating to sacrifice himself. Father, I actually don't understand. Zhupati hesitated for a moment before speaking. The commander looked at his son with bright eyes. There was a faint light in his eyes. The green dragon and Thunderbolt also looked at him. Actually, we can also hide in the primordial ruins with the other human elites. Why? Zhupati really couldn't understand why his father had to choose a dead end when he clearly had a path to retreat to. What was he after? Shut up. The commander's thunderous voice cut him off. The deep voice entered directly into Zhupati's ears, causing his body to tremble while his countenance turned slightly pale. As the leader of the heavenly martial army, as the strongest human being, how can I retreat? The commander's eyes flashed with deep determination. Since I've taken this position, there's no turning back. As long as I'm alive, I'll have a sense of responsibility and responsibility. Even if I have to Astra's king die, I will die standing without frowning. The commander's body exuded a deep sense of pride and astonishingly arrogance. Zhupati immediately kept quiet out of fear, not daring to say another word. What he was most afraid of was this father in front of him. The Thunderbolt and Green Dragon had different expressions. The Thunderbolt looked at the commander with admiration and longing. This stubborn man might have 100 or 1,000 flaws, but he was a true man, a man of indomitable spirit. With his head held high, he had a clear conscience. The Thunderbolt swears loyalty. The Thunderbolt knelt on one knee, his eyes shining. Wherever the commander is, Green Dragon will be there. Green Dragon bowed his head and said loudly, but the expression in his eyes was constantly changing. Zhupati answered submissively, but in his heart, other thoughts had already sprouted. Only a fool would throw away his life in the demonic dragon lair. Lin Feng plundered for an entire day and night without any scruples. He killed more than 200 demonic black mist dragons, including a 6th-level Emperor-level demonic black mist dragon. As for the demonic black mist crystals and demonic black mist crystal cores, the numbers were already incomparably shocking. In the depths of the demonic black mist dragon valley, there were many small valleys with astonishing wealth. The aura of the black mist was so strong that it was no wonder that the entire land was filled with such an astonishing amount of black mist. This trip, he had made a lot of money. With the current harvest, it's easy to upgrade both my life spirit and human spirit to the 7th level. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. His figure galloped through the dense black mist as if there was an inexhaustible supply of demonic black mist crystals. The number of demonic black mist crystals in the purple ring was close to 1 million. The demonic black mist crystals that had been deposited here for an unknown number of years all fell into Lin Feng's pocket. Many times, when luck came, it couldn't be stopped. It was Lin Feng who was moving. His body shook slightly, and a joyful smile suddenly appeared on his face. Clenching his right fist, Lin Feng smiled lightly. So this is how it is used. Finally, I understand the principle of the 5th form of the Aurora drill. It took a total of 3 days and 3 nights. One after another, good news came one after another, as if they were waiting for something. It's about time. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he muttered thoughtfully. He understood the principle of stopping while he was ahead. He was about to return to the sky martial continent. There was no need to get himself into trouble. Once the army of demonic black mist dragons returned, what awaited him would be a new round of pursuit. Rather than that, he might as well return to the river and cultivate quietly, waiting for the arrival of the 15th of August. Anyway, he had earned enough. Just like money, once it reached a certain amount, the rest was just numbers. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. His figure suddenly changed. He circled around the demonic dragon's lair once, and then returned to where he came from. 6 hours later, the number of demonic black mist crystals in the purple ring had successfully exceeded 1,000,000, and the number of demonic black mist crystal cores had also reached a shocking number of 80,000. However, Lin Feng didn't know that he had circled around from the exit of the river and was extremely close to the deepest part of the demonic dragon lair. It was also the deepest part of the demonic dragon valley. Lin Feng's expression changed while he was speeding. His figure suddenly stopped. With his mind's eye, he saw that not far away, there were countless life energy auras shining and condensing together. There were a total of 30 demonic black mist dragons. The strongest was a rank 6 demonic black mist dragon, and the weakest was a rank 4 demonic black mist dragon. It was very rare. In the demonic black mist dragon valley, other than chasing after him, Lin Feng rarely saw the demonic black mist dragons in groups. According to the demon beast record, the demonic black mist dragon was a loner. Not to mention the other dragon clans, even the demonic black mist dragons of the same clan found it difficult to coexist with them. Normally, they would act alone. But now, let's go take a look. Lin Feng's eyes deepened. There must be a demon behind this abnormality, and there must be something strange. He sped forward, under the concealment of the fog concealment talisman. Very quickly, Lin Feng came to the place where his mind's eye sensed. Lin Feng was fearless because he was skilled and daring. The densely packed demonic black mist dragons entered his field of vision. They were either dozing off or staring at the sky in boredom. There were also many demonic black mist dragons who were looking around with a focused expression, as if they were on guard against something. From the looks of it, these demonic black mist dragons seemed to be forced to stay here. Oh, Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he looked over. Behind this group of demonic black mist dragons, there was actually a deep black mist aura lingering around. It seemed to be hiding something. What is that? A cave? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, which flashed with a bright light. He had another idea. A cave that required so many demonic black mist dragons to guard must have many treasures hidden within. At the very least, the demonic black mist dragons valued it greatly. It can't be the demonic black mist crystal. Lin Feng was very clear. In this land, not to mention the demonic black mist crystal, even the demonic black mist crystal core was worthless. 30 demonic black mist dragons, plus the mysterious treasures in the cave. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a bright light as he made up his mind. The rank 6 demonic black mist dragon that was dozing off outside the cave seemed to have sensed something. It roared and stood up, faintly sensing danger. Let's go all out for this last trip? Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. It's a good time to try out the 5th form of the Aurora drill. Buzz. A clear and crisp sound filled the sky. A bright cold light suddenly appeared in the sky. Instantly, the 30 demonic black mist dragons raised their heads and opened their eyes wide. Zheng, zheng, zheng. The ear-piercing sound condensed great terror. 16 silver lights formed a huge round wheel. Every light spot was condensed with a great amount of energy, flashing brightly. The surrounding airflow was completely excluded, forming a huge vacuum zone. Every light spot seemed to be still, but it was spinning at an extremely fast speed. The mournful sound made people's hair stand on end, and it carried a terrifying energy aura. Roar, roar. The 30 demonic black mist dragons all roared angrily, and their expressions changed drastically. Demonic beasts were born with a natural sense of danger. They could completely sense how terrifying the silver light spots in the sky were. The energy aura was far beyond what they could bear. At this moment, behind the cold light, Lin Feng's black figure suddenly appeared, and there was a strong murderous intent in his eyes. His life spirit took control of his body again. The power of the Aurora drill suddenly appeared with a bang. Meteor shower. A deep voice sounded, and the 16 silver lights shone brightly. The shocking sound was like an explosion, and in an instant, They fell straight down like meteorites. A bone-chilling chill went straight into the hearts of every demonic black mist dragon, bringing with it an irresistible pressure like the might of heaven. Boom, boom, boom. Like 16 meteors falling, the sky fell and the earth cracked. A silver meteor shower fell from the sky. The extremely loud sound of air breaking was mixed with the demonic black mist dragon's shrill roars, and blood splattered everywhere. To add to yesterday's third update, if you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 260. Blood flowed like a river, and corpses were everywhere. At this time, outside the cave surrounded by the black fog, the 30 black fog demonic dragons' corpses disappeared in the blink of an eye. Another 30 corpses. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. The black fog around him slowly retracted, and Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The fifth form, meteor shower, can be used in single or group battles. However, with the strength of my life spirit now, even if 16 silver rays attack together, I can only kill a stage 5 black fog demonic dragon at most. Lin Feng nodded lightly. The battle just now, 3 stage 5 black fog demonic dragons were seriously injured, and the stage 6 black fog demonic dragon was unharmed. The meteor shower's attack would be weakened when scattered and strengthened when concentrated. However, in terms of attack power, he was much stronger in his human soul form against the black fog demonic dragon. With the perfect combination of the golden dragon energy and the talent, black fog, and the upgraded Dragon Slayer spear, he could easily slaughter a stage 6 black fog demonic dragon in a one-on-one battle. It's a pity that I still lost miserably against the black fog demonic dragon at the first stage of transformation. Lin Feng sighed softly. His biggest weakness was his body. If he had the same physical fitness, how could he have lost miserably? The key was speed, and I must improve my movement technique. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to exert my advantage in a battle of the same level. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. My man and spear as one realm seems to have improved a lot. I wonder if I can cultivate the last level of the Heaven Spear art. Lin Feng thought to himself. The memory of the battle with the transformation black fog demonic dragon that day was still fresh in his mind. If his attack power had been a little stronger that day, perhaps the result would have been different. Failure was sometimes more valuable than victory. He could find his own shortcomings and improve them. His strength could be improved. I wonder what's in this heavily guarded cave? Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. With some curiosity, he stepped in without hesitation. Roar! 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 At this moment, 2,000-meter-long black fog demonic dragons were galloping madly with bloodshot eyes. Lian Meng and Lian Mu abandoned the rest of the army and rushed towards the demonic dragon lair as fast as they could. It was impossible for magic beasts to run out of stamina, especially Lian Meng and Lian Mu, who were of such a high level. However, at this moment, Lian Meng and Lian Mu were panting heavily. They were running at full speed. The other Black Mist demon dragons did not know, but they knew very well how powerful that damned human was. Lian Qo had underestimated the enemy and suffered a minor injury. At this moment, in the demonic dragon lair, other than the clan leader, Refined Teeth, there was no other Black Mist demonic dragon that could stop the bandit. In the nest, the foundation of the Black Mist demonic dragon tribe was hidden. Stepping into the cave, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The cave was quite large, tens of thousands of meters long and wide. It could easily accommodate the largest Black Mist demonic dragon. The air was filled with the Black Mist demonic dragon's aura. Clearly, Black Mist demonic dragons often appeared here. He could vaguely hear some strange sounds that seemed to come from the deepest part of the cave. Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and he became very cautious. Danger would often erupt when one was not paying attention. Oh my God, what a thick black fog! Lin Feng was shocked. At this moment, his mind's eye could only extend to a radius of less than 1,000 meters. It was completely covered by the terrifying black fog. The black fog was 10 times thicker than the small valleys that produced the black mist crystal cores. What is this place? Lin Feng was even more curious. With so many black mist demonic dragons guarding this place, it was obviously not an ordinary place. In addition to the thick black fog, there must be something strange about this place. He muttered in his heart, and in an instant, Lin Feng's eyes changed. Light burst forth, bringing with it a brilliant light. His life spirit turned into a human spirit. Hua! The soul heart turned, and a black fog spread out. In an instant, Lin Feng felt joy from the bottom of his heart. It was as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. It was incomparably warm. The black fog outside his body and the black fog in the cave intertwined and fused together. Lin Feng's expression was filled with joy. The black fog's energy was crazily absorbed into his body, strengthening his human spirit. It kept spinning, and the speed of its growth was no slower than the absorption of the Niden. It was very strange. Mind's eye. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. His senses expanded, and in the blink of an eye, he reached 10,000 meters. The black fog of the human spirit was not restricted here at all. Instead, it was amplified. That is, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. In his mind's eye, not far ahead, there was a dense source of energy. In an instant, Lin Feng's body moved and changed. Like a hurricane, he swept into the cave. He passed through layers of obstacles and small caves. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at the place he sensed. Looking at everything in front of him, he sucked in a breath. This is... Lin Feng's eyes lit up. What he saw were huge, milky white eggs. They were lying there quietly. They were of different sizes, and some were even trembling slightly. A transparent light appeared on them, and they were full of life energy. Hundreds of dragon eggs. Lin Feng paused for a moment, and then laughed loudly. He did not expect that he would accidentally come to the place where the Black Fog demonic dragon clan's dragon eggs were stored. No wonder the security is so tight. Lin Feng smiled calmly, and then he understood. That day, just a single dragon egg had benefited him greatly. Now, there were hundreds of dragon eggs. How much would they nourish his body? Just thinking about it made his heart palpitate. Lin Feng let out a long breath, and his eyes shone brightly. Immediately, his purple ring flickered, and he began to sweep. The dragon eggs were heavy and full of life energy. Lin Feng could not help but reveal an excited expression. The harvest this time was too rich. The army of the Black Fog demonic dragon valley was rushing back to the nest. Suddenly, roar, roar. The mournful dragon roar filled the sky with extreme sadness and indignation. Countless Black Fog demonic dragons roared at the sky, and their eyes were blood red. The feeling of being connected by blood made them clearly know what had happened. In an instant, the entire army of Black Fog demonic dragons was hysterical. The violent dragon roars kept ringing, as if the sky was about to fall down. Lin Feng was too ruthless. In the blink of an eye, it was all looted. Hundreds of dragon eggs fell into the purple ring. Lin Feng chuckled. His wealth had increased by another level. Did he need to be kind to demonic beasts? Lin Feng's lips were cold. They were not on the same path. The difference in race caused a huge conflict between them. The Black Fog demonic dragons were extremely hostile to him. Even if he did not attack, would the Black Fog demonic dragons let him go? It was undoubtedly a fool's dream. The beast riot that occurred once every 10 years in the Sky Martial continent was enough to show the relationship between demonic beasts and humans. It was impossible for it to stop. In the end, it was just one sentence: the strong were respected. The black fog is so dense. There must be something strange about this cave. Lin Feng's eyes were bright. Let's go take a look. Curiosity drove Lin Feng, and an indescribable feeling condensed in his heart. He followed the direction of the black fog, and the perception of the mind's eye was completely blocked. It was as if there was a huge wall blocking the transmission of qi. Lin Feng stood far away. It was a huge screen of light, a black screen of light. It was exquisite and translucent, with a black luster. The thick black fog was emitted from the blacklight screen. But danger. It's a very dangerous feeling. Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly, and his eyes flashed with a sharp luster. He felt an inexplicable pressure, and the fear in his heart made him stop. Clenching his teeth, Lin Feng's expression changed. Enter or not? Lin Feng fell into a state of hesitation. People, at different stages, will always face different choices. Trust this place. Lin Feng took a deep breath and pressed on his chest. He couldn't help but think of Feng Ning's words. Only by following the heart can you make the most correct decision. Not entering. There's no need. Lin Feng suppressed his curiosity and shook his head. Danger and opportunity coexist. Now that I have everything prepared, I only need to calm my heart and cultivate to increase my strength. Why should I take such a huge risk? If it affects my return in 6 days, then the losses will outweigh the gains. A firm heart must be able to suppress one's desires, calm analysis, and make the most correct decision. Let's go. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. Galloping. In an instant, Lin Feng moved, and a faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth. He had earned enough this time. In the most central cave of the demonic dragon lair. It was a huge, blessed land that was 10,000 meters long and wide. Shocking black fog filled the entire cave. The density of the black fog was 10 times denser than the inside of the cave and 100 times denser than the outside world. In the middle of the dense fog, a draconian who was only 10 meters tall was cultivating wholeheartedly. The scales all over his body were bright and shiny, emitting an incomparably pure light. A huge dragon tail circled around his body, and the horns on his head symbolized his noble status. The Black Fog demonic dragon clan's patriarch, Lianya, a transcendent existence at the 3rd level of manifestation. He, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, was completely immersed in his cultivation, blocking all disturbances. Right now, it was an extremely important moment. Around the cave, there were 3 tunnels. The dense black fog seeped out of the cave through the 3 tunnels, forming a huge black light screen. One of them led to the place where the dragon egg was stored. Lin Feng was still exploring the cave. Although his mind's eye sensed danger on the other side of the black light screen, it didn't mean that the entire cave was dangerous. If it was a danger that he could solve with his own strength, what was there to be afraid of? The black fog here is so dense, it doesn't make sense that I can't find the black fog crystal. Lin Feng muttered to himself. After being in the black fog demonic dragon valley for so long, he had become a good doctor after being sick for so long, and could deduce many things. With his mind's eye spread out, he was alert for danger, looking for treasures. Lin Feng kept circling the cave. He passed through one cave after another, and walked through one tunnel after another. Suddenly, Lin Feng's expression changed. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 261. A powerful aura. Strange, this should be the aura of a magical beast. No, it should be the aura of a black mist demon dragon, but Lin Feng frowned. The feeling was very clear, and the aura was very powerful. But there was no feeling of life. What's going on? Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Let's go take a look. With a thought, Lin Feng immediately rushed out. The surrounding black mist became thicker and thicker, and the 2 sides of the passage were similar to when he entered the Dragon Egg Cave. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with anticipation, as if he could feel that something good would happen. So, he broke through the air. 2 consecutive turns. In an instant, his vision suddenly became clear. Hiss! Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air, his eyes shining. What he saw were huge skeletons covering the sky and the earth. Am I seeing things? Lin Feng said in disbelief. In this vast and boundless cave, he actually saw one dragon shelf after another. The largest one was close to 10,000 meters long. Most of them were a few thousand meters long, and the smallest dragon shelf was about 1,000 meters long. There was no flesh, no blood, only pure bones and the dense black mist. So, this is the aura of energy that I sensed. Lin Feng's eyes shone. He suddenly understood. The energy was very strong, but there was no feeling of life. Because this was just a dead black mist demon dragon. But, to be able to retain its aura after death, how strange. Lin Feng pursed his lips. This phenomenon was very rare. There are so many dragon shells, let's not waste them. Lin Feng casually glanced. There were more than 1,000 of them. It would be a waste not to take them, since they still had such a strong aura after death. It could be seen that these black mist demon dragons were definitely not ordinary when they were alive. As for how to use them, it would not be too late to think about it after returning to Sky Marshall Continent. However, the purple ring flashed, but it was unable to put the dragon shelf in, as if there was an invisible barrier between the two. Lin Feng was startled. His heart was filled with doubts, his brows furrowed. He immediately went to another dragon shelf and tried again. However, he still failed. What's going on? Lin Feng was stunned. Is the purple ring full? No, it's not that there isn't enough energy. Lin Feng was clear. Back then, he had tried to store the heavenly treasure crystal. If there was not enough energy, it would feel like it could not be stored. But now, it was a feeling of rejection. That's strange, Lin Feng said softly. He paused for a while, but he couldn't think of anything. Lin Feng immediately gave up on his plan and walked forward. The dragon frames in the cave were majestic, and their energy auras were still quite strong, even after death. However, there was still a gap between them and the black fog demonic dragon that he had fought with the other day. From the looks of it, these dead black fog demonic dragons did not successfully transform, Lin Feng murmured softly. The first stage of the black fog demonic dragon's transformation was to shrink its body length to 1,000 meters. Even the smallest dragon shelf here was at least 1 kilometer away. It seemed that what did it mean? Although the energy auras of these dragon frames are different, they are about the same. Lin Feng murmured, they're slightly stronger than the 6th-stage black fog demonic dragon, but slightly weaker than the first stage of transformation. If I'm not wrong, these black fog demonic dragons should have died because their transformation failed. Lin Feng was deep in thought. He had read the secret record of transformation, but he was not proficient in the transformation of magical beasts. But at the very least, he knew quite a bit. The transformation of magical beasts was very dangerous, especially the black fog demonic dragon. It was clearly written in the magical beast record that transformation was extremely difficult. However, transformation should be natural. It was mentioned in the secret record of transformation that transformation is a kind of enlightenment. Once you comprehend it, you will naturally transform. The possibility of failure is very small. Lin Feng frowned slightly, but he couldn't understand. These dragon frames felt like they were forcefully transforming. It might also be a secret technique, Lin Feng thought to himself. With that thought in mind, Lin Feng continued to walk forward. His eyes suddenly brightened. After passing through the first dragon frame, he arrived at the second dragon frame. The dragon frame's body was slightly smaller, but its energy aura was slightly stronger. There were over 100 dragon frames. The largest was close to 1,000 meters, and the smallest was 100 meters. I guessed correctly. Lin Feng smiled lightly. This should be the black fog demonic dragon that failed to advance from the first stage of transformation to the second stage. With a sudden realization, Lin Feng continued to walk forward. Just as he expected, there were only 12 dragon frames left in the third cave. The largest was close to 100 meters, and the smallest was only 10 meters. It was very difficult to call them dragons. Apart from the skeleton, there were still scales left on their bodies. However, they had lost their luster and looked more like ornaments. The energy aura of the black fog demonic dragon that surpassed the first stage of transformation. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. This place seems to be the tomb of the black fog demonic dragon that failed to transform in the past. A tomb. Lin Feng murmured, but shook his head. No matter what, it had nothing to do with him. He didn't know how to use it either. Just bringing it out was a headache. At this time, using his mind's eye, he found 3 extremely terrifying auras in the deepest part of the cave. Although they also didn't have any life aura, the feeling of the energy gathering made him feel a chill from the bottom of his heart. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng's eyes brightened as he teleported over. Instantly, his eyes brightened. There were 3 dragonians. The first dragonoid was covered in glossy and dark scales, and its thick tail was filled with power. It was very similar to the illusory armor on his body. The second dragonoid's horns and scales had disappeared. It was about 5 meters tall, and only its short tail had not completely disappeared. As for the third dragonian, it was a skeleton. The 2-meter-tall skeleton had a deep black color in its bones, and its hollow eyes were horrifying to look at. This skeleton didn't have any characteristics of a dragon. From the structure of its bones, it was completely a human, a real human. The 3 dragonians formed by the black fog had an extremely powerful aura. Without a doubt, they must have had terrifying strength when they were alive. Phew, Lin Feng let out a long breath. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with a bright light. Reaching out his hand, he gently caressed the skeleton that was the closest to him. Heise's skeleton had a trace of power. It wasn't a living being, but a kind of aura like a soul imprint. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He was sure. Understand now. These dragon frames aren't purely dead objects. Lin Feng suddenly realized. Inside the dragon frames, there was a trace of the life imprint of the black fog demonic dragon. And objects with life couldn't be stored inside the purple ring. What a pity, Lin Feng said softly. Not to mention the other dragon frames. Just the value of these 3 dragon frames before him was already extremely considerable. The corpses of transformed demonic beasts. Moreover, they were at least at the 3rd level of transformation. One of them was even infinitely close to complete transformation. Phew, Lin Feng took a deep breath and clicked his tongue. But he couldn't put them into the purple ring. Was he going to waste them? Let's go to the Alcade Palace to try my luck and see if there's any way. Lin Feng thought to himself. The Dragon Star seal in his hand flashed, and Lin Feng disappeared. The spiritual treasure palace was filled with dazzling treasures. Lin Feng was dazzled by them, but he didn't dare to buy them casually. Things were different now. Currently, there were less than 7 million starlight spots left in the Dragon Star seal. Last time, when he continuously absorbed and refined the inner core, he had to buy 3 digits worth of clear heart fruits to neutralize the side effects. If it wasn't for the fact that a 1-star immortal fruit only cost 10,000 starlight spots, he would have gone bankrupt. And of the less than 7 million starlight spots, 5 million of them couldn't be touched. These 5 million starlight spots were to buy a space-time teleportation door to return to the Sky Martial Continent. Storage-type spirit treasure. Lin Feng muttered softly, his eyes shining. He browsed from 1-star spiritual treasure to 3-star spiritual treasure, and then from 3-star spiritual treasure back to 1-star spiritual treasure. He looked at all the storage-type spiritual treasures a few times. Although they had different details and functions, all the spiritual treasures had the same characteristic: they couldn't put living things inside, even if it was just a little bit of life force. It seems like I can only give up, Lin Feng said regretfully. Even if he tried his best, he still couldn't do anything. It could only mean that he was not fated with them. Lin Feng smiled but didn't mind. He casually looked at the other spiritual treasures. Just as he was about to leave, his eyes suddenly trembled. His gaze landed on a pale white round ball. It was a palm-sized round ball. It emitted a faint glow and looked rather cute. Spiritual beast ball, Lin Feng muttered. His gaze slid down and looked at the introduction. Spiritual beast ball, 1-star spiritual treasure. Used by puppet masters to refine and seal spiritual beasts. Price, 10,000 starlight points. Puppet masters? Lin Feng frowned. Memories immediately surfaced in his mind. His father once mentioned to him that the warriors in the Douling world were separated into heavenly martial artists and heavenly deities. The heavenly deities were separated into heavenly spirit masters and heavenly soul masters. And puppet masters were one of the branches of the heavenly soul masters. Father said before that although there were many branches of the heavenly soul masters, it was only because of the different focus of battle training. Lin Feng nodded his head. Its essence is the control and use of the life spirit. This point will never change. Since I can control the aurora, it means that I am already a heavenly soul master. I can naturally become a puppet master too. Lin Feng's gaze landed at the bottom of the introduction. It clearly stated the restrictions of the spiritual beast ball. It could seal any magical beast that had yet to take human form. But what kind of existence is a puppet master? What kind of special training does it require? Or what kind of conditions? Lin Feng muttered softly. Then his eyes lit up. He nodded his head. Yes, let's go to the secret manual hall. There should be a secret manual for the cultivation of a puppet master. Lin Feng muttered in his heart. In an instant, he left like the wind. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 262. Inside the secret manual hall. Lin Feng held a book called Beginner Level Puppet Master Training in his hand, carefully chewing and tasting it. Puppet masters focus on the control of puppets. Control is divided into external control, internal control, and total control. But no matter what kind of control, a puppet master must first create a puppet. Reading word by word, after reading the first half of the introduction, Lin Feng more or less understood. Compared to Heaven Soul Masters controlling soul personage weapons to fight, puppet masters controlling more detailed existences, puppets. This was a very strange branch. In order for a puppet master to unleash his strength, he must have a strong puppet, such as the spirit beast written in the book. Any demonic beast that hasn't transformed and is made into a puppet is called a spirit beast. If one can defeat a demonic beast and make it into a spirit beast puppet, the puppet master's own strength is enough. If one can't defeat a demonic beast, how can one make a puppet? Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head, but it was contradictory. Puppet masters seemed to be a rather weak existence. Lin Feng continued reading. After half an instant's time, he finally understood. Sure enough, every branch has its own characteristics. The reason why it feels weak is because I haven't discovered its true strength. Lin Feng sighed softly. The true characteristic of a puppet master was that it ignored levels. It was a rather terrifying characteristic. In other words, as long as there was a strong enough puppet, the puppet master could unleash his strength. For example, among the demonic beasts that haven't transformed, there are super existences of level 10 and level 11, far beyond the beginner level. But when made into a spirit beast puppet, any beginner level puppet master could control it. What kind of concept was this? Even a level 1 beginner level puppet master could unleash strength beyond the beginner level. It was quite unbelievable. Although he couldn't make it himself, there was a model called transaction. Isn't this too strong? Lin Feng muttered softly. If there's a Star River level, or even stronger puppet, a mere beginner level puppet master could unleash such strength. With curiosity, Lin Feng continued to read. Soon, the question in his heart was answered. So a puppet isn't an inanimate object, but an existence with a life imprint. When the level of the life imprint far exceeds the level of the puppeteer, it will be impossible to control it. Lin Feng came to a sudden realization. In other words, a novice-level puppet master could only control novice-level puppets at most. But just this was already extremely shocking. In other words, within the same realm, he was practically invincible. Lin Feng was secretly shocked. Suddenly, his brows furrowed and he was shocked. Wait a minute. Life imprints? Lin Feng instantly thought of those dragon scars, and his eyes widened. These living dragon frames all carried a trace of life energy. Could it be? Lin Feng felt a burst of excitement from the bottom of his heart. He continued to watch. Refining a spiritual beast puppet is rather difficult. Only those whose strength far surpasses that of spiritual beasts can refine it. Usually, when puppeteers refine spirit beast puppets, they will choose a spirit beast that has a lower level of life soul. That way, the chances of success will be higher and safer. Refining spirit beast puppets was very difficult. What was difficult about it? It was that wisp of life imprint. How could magical beasts be so stupid as to be used by humans, even after death? Refining spirit beast puppets with life soul would encounter resistance from magical beasts. Just like the telekinesis attack of a psychic, unless one's life spirit was far stronger than that of the magical beast, it was impossible to succeed. This was also the reason why a puppet master would choose a spiritual beast puppet that was one level lower than a magical beast puppet. But, to himself, it couldn't be better news. There's no need to waste any effort. These dragon frames are born with a trace of life energy. Lin Feng's eyes glowed. Just refine it, and it will become a spirit beast puppet. A spirit beast puppet at the transformation level. Moreover, it was a spirit beast puppet at the third transformation level or above. Lin Feng was overjoyed. Without a doubt, this would increase his strength several times over. A burst of hearty laughter came from the secret manual hall. Roar! Roar! Astonishing dragon roars sounded in the depths of the black mist dragon valley. After a few hours of rushing, Lin Feng and Lin Meng were the first to arrive. Their blood-red eyes were filled with a violent aura. The two first-level, shape-shifting black mist demonic dragons were extremely angry. As they roared at the sky, more and more black mist demonic dragons were summoned. However, their numbers were reduced by half. A large number of black mist dragons gathered, including many victims. The dragon eggs lost contact, but not everyone could enter the demonic dragon lair. Many black mist dragons lingered outside the lair, hissing. When Lin Mu and Lin Meng arrived, they were already hysterical. Inside the demonic dragon lair, bang! Lin Feng retreated. The huge impact caused his internal organs to churn, and Lin Feng's face turned pale. So scary. Lin Feng's expression changed as he looked at the nearly 10-meter-tall dragon person in front of him, feeling shocked. Even if it was just a little bit of life energy, it was far from what he could compete with. What kind of strength did this dragon person have when it was alive? Lin Feng was extremely shocked. The refinement met with strong resistance. Looks like I underestimated them too much. Lin Feng smiled helplessly and shook his head. He thought that these natural-born spirit beast puppets were easy to refine, but that was not the case. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse, and a tiger cub was not something a cat could compare to. If not for the fact that the life energy of this dragon person was just an unconscious existence and did not have any attack power, he would probably be in big trouble now. I'm still not strong enough. Lin Feng was very clear. In the end, the difference in strength between him and this dragon person was too big. I can't be greedy. Let's take it step by step. Lin Feng immediately stepped out as he thought to himself. There were a total of 4 caves in the dragon's tomb, and there were 4 different levels of dragon shelves. He might be able to control all of them. In the first cave, in front of a dragon shelf that was about 2,000 meters long, Lin Feng placed one hand on the dragon shelf, and his eyes shone brightly. His life's soul power was completely unleashed, and a spiral of heaven and earth energy was circling around his body. At this moment, Lin Feng was fighting against the remnant of the demonic dragon's consciousness. It was like 2 people facing each other, competing in endurance. 1 second, 1 minute, 1 moment, Lin Feng's eyes gradually brightened. He sensed that the remnant of the demonic dragon's consciousness was slowly depleting its strength as time passed, and he was suppressing it. Although his strength was not as strong as the dead black mist demonic dragon, it was only a strand of life energy after all. It was as if an unconscious stone wall had finally collapsed under the bombardment of his fists. Why? The spirit beast ball in his hand shone with a dazzling light, and the dragon shelf turned into a beam of light and entered the spirit beast ball. A faint black aura spread on the spirit beast ball, forming a unique life imprint. This was the spirit beast puppet. It's done. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth lifted slightly. Indeed, it's much easier than the refinement described in the secret manual. Lin Feng smiled. According to the secret manual, he wouldn't even be able to refine the weakest third-stage black mist demonic dragon, let alone a black mist demonic dragon that was close to the first stage of manifestation. It was like two generals on the battlefield. It was easy to kill, but to capture the other party and make the other party surrender. It was quite a difficult task. In the second cave, compared to the first cave that had thousands of dragon shelves, there were only 100 of them here. They were between 100 and 1,000 meters long, and the dragon shells here were all black mist demonic dragons that were at the first stage of manifestation. Let's begin. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He placed one hand on the huge dragon shelf with a serious expression. As he used the technique in the secret manual, the spirit beast ball was immediately activated. At this moment, his life soul collided with the remnant of the demonic dragon's consciousness in the dragon shelf. Lin Feng instantly felt a huge pressure. It was far stronger than before, but it was still within his tolerance range. There's hope. Lin Feng's eyes were burning. He was indeed at a disadvantage in the collision of auras, but facing this unconscious stone wall. As long as there wasn't too much resistance, there was a chance. What was left was only the accumulation of time. It was far more difficult than the first refinement. Even the remnant consciousness had an extremely strong aura and energy. The spiral-shaped airflow covered his body. Lin Feng's eyes were firm and persistent. As time passed, he finally conquered it step by step. He spent a total of 6 hours. Finally, as the dazzling milky white light flashed again, Lin Feng's face revealed a happy smile. Success! It was another spirit beast puppet, and its strength was far stronger than the first one. It was at the first stage of manifestation. On his waist, a metal ring was fastened. He gently placed the spirit beast ball into it, and the black life imprint was immediately hidden. The metal ring had a total of 10 gaps, forming a 3-dimensional circle. At this moment, 2 of the gaps were already filled. 1-star spirit treasure, spirit beast ring. It was only worth 10,000 starlight points, and it was used to place the spirit beast ball. Continue. Lin Feng's eyes were bright, sparkling and shining. He looked straight ahead at the third cave. The second stage of manifestation, dragon frame. At this moment, outside the demonic dragon nest, under the leadership of Lien Mu and Lien Meng, hundreds of black fog demonic dragons circled the entrance of the cave. Along with the angry roars, all of their hatred erupted. Lien Mu and Lien Meng communicated with each other, although they were hesitant. After all, Lien had told them not to be disturbed during cultivation. But now that the matter had become so big, they were afraid that it would endanger the foundation of the black fog demonic dragons. But they could only make an exception. Enter. Lien Mu and Lien Meng braced themselves and barged in. A thick, bloody light condensed in their eyes, and they gritted their teeth. It was obvious that they had completely thrown caution to the wind. No matter what, they swore to find that damned human. Kill him. Originally, I just wanted to lie down for a bit after typing, but in the end, I fell asleep at _at. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 263. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Just as he was about to step into the third cave, his mind's eye sensed 2 powerful presences. One of them was extremely familiar. That's it. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Lin Feng's memory of the black fog demonic dragon, refined puppet, was still fresh. It was not its strength, but its intelligence. To be able to design such an elaborate trap, this black mist demon dragon was indeed something to be wary of. 2 black mist demon dragons at the first stage of shape-shifting. Lin Feng frowned. He was not confident that he could defeat one of them, let alone 2 of them. Although puppeteers were powerful, he had only learned how to create spirit beast puppets. As for controlling them, it was not something that could be mastered in a short time. He is really persistent. Lin Feng sighed softly, but he was not too concerned about it. With the fog-concealing talisman to hide his presence, unless his opponent was much more powerful than him, it would be impossible to find him. It might be easy to search other places, but this was a huge cave with complicated passages and countless small caves. Trying to find him? What a joke. Lin Feng smiled faintly. His mind's eye spread out like a spider's web. Let's play hide and seek. Lin Feng smiled. Lian Mu and Lian Meng looked at each other and nodded. They communicated in dragon language and instantly split up. The demonic dragon lair was the holy land of the black mist demon dragons. Normal black mist demon dragons could not enter. Only those who had achieved shape-shifting were qualified to enter. Lian Mu rushed to the west of the lair, while Lian Meng rushed to the east. They arrived at the same time, but the two black mist demon dragons' reactions were completely different. Lian Mu's eyes widened. His face was extremely pale. He looked at the empty place where the dragon eggs were kept. His body shook and he almost fell. Lian Meng saw that the skeletons of the black mist demon dragons were still intact. He could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. After leaving the cave, Lian Meng immediately rushed to the deepest part of the cave, north. As Lian Meng left, Lin Feng slowly appeared from a corner of the cave. There was a lonely smile on his face. It seems that not every black fog demonic dragon has such high intelligence. Lin Feng's eyes glowed. He had thought that the loss of 2 dragon frames in the dragon's tomb would cause a huge uproar. However, the black fog demonic dragon, who was slightly stronger, had left without even bothering to count. He was too careless. But even if it's careless, I can't be careless. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. Through his mind's eye, Lin Feng was still wary of that cunning black fog demon dragon. In the north, in the deepest part of the demonic dragon lair, Lian Meng was the first to arrive, followed by Lian Su. There was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. This was the most fundamental location of the demonic dragon's lair. The size of the space was beyond imagination. It was filled with a shocking amount of black fog. Black fog crystal cores could be seen everywhere. Occasionally, they would be swallowed by some dragon whelps as food and energy for growth. At a glance, there were close to 1,000 black fog demon dragon whelps playing around happily. Lian Su and Lian Meng finally calmed down. In the entire demonic dragon's lair, this place was undoubtedly the most important. As long as nothing happened here, it was a blessing in disguise. If they lost some dragon eggs, the clan's vitality would be greatly damaged at most. However, if this place was invaded by that damned human, the clan would be annihilated. It would not be as simple as a loss of vitality, because this was the root of the Black Fog Demon Dragon clan. They split into 2 groups. Lian Su and Lian Meng immediately searched the entire lair. Compared to Lin Feng, Lian Su and Lian Meng were undoubtedly more familiar with this place. It was not difficult for them to travel through the various caves. They did not miss a single corner and searched very carefully. However, whoosh, stepping on the urgent fire shuttle, Lin Feng used his mind's eye to sense and easily avoided the pursuit of 2 black fog demon dragons. With the fog concealment talisman, he was in an invincible position. Fortunately, there are only 2 black fog demon dragons. Lin Feng thought to himself. After all, the cave was only so big. If there were a few more black fog demon dragons, it would not be so easy for him to hide. He maintained a clear state of mind and hid for a full 2 hours. Finally, have they given up? The corner of Lin Feng's mouth suddenly curled up. Back and forth, the 2 black fog demon dragons searched the entire cave no less than 10 times. However, just by themselves, even if they searched 100 more times, it was all useless. Although Lian Su and Lian Meng were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. They communicated with each other from time to time and seemed to have different opinions. However, in the end, they reached a consensus and divided the work clearly. Lian Su stayed behind just in case and waited for the clan leader Lianya to finish his cultivation before making a decision. Lian Meng left the cave and led the Black Fog Demon Dragons to search for traces of that human. They would not rest until they were dead. Lien Su and Lien Ming did not expect Lin Feng to hide in the demonic dragon's lair. He was simply too audacious. He was like a thief who dared to stay after his master returned. He was unscrupulous. However, Lin Feng couldn't do anything about it. This is troublesome. Lin Feng frowned and thought to himself. He sensed that at the entrance of the cave, the guards that he had taken care of had been rearranged. Dozens of black fog demon dragons guarded the entrance of the cave. Their original intention was to prevent him from sneaking in again. However, at this moment they blocked his way, catching a turtle in a jar. Forget it. The most dangerous place is the safest place. At least this place has been searched many times. It should be safe for the time being. There are less than 6 days until the 15th of August. At that time, I just need to buy a space portal, and I can leave directly. Lin Feng thought to himself and immediately calmed down. Since he could not get out, this was the only way. He did not plan to go out anyway. Continue to refine the spirit beast puppet. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. His figure moved slightly and suddenly disappeared. Dragon's Tomb, the third cave. Compared to the spectacular first cave, this was undoubtedly much shabbier. There were only 12 dragon frames, making this huge cave look empty. They took up less than 1/10,000th of the space. After all, the largest of the 12 dragon frames was only about 100 meters long, and the smallest was only about 10 meters long. There were still dim scales on its body. Its dragon tail was still ferocious, and the horns on its head indicated its identity as a black fog demon dragon. However, its body was completely different from the dragon frames in the first 2 caves. It was a black fog demon dragon at the second stage of manifestation. Let's start with the weakest aura. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. Lin Feng took out a spirit beast ball and placed one hand on the ferocious dragon frame. Lin Feng's eyes instantly brightened, and a strong wave of heaven and earth energy surged out, condensing into a spiral airflow outside his body. At this moment, his life spirit came into contact with the remnant demon dragon's consciousness in the dragon frame. Boom! His head shook. Lin Feng's body staggered. An extremely strong recoil hit him, and his expression changed. The remnant aura was rather violent. Although it was not comparable to the dragon's consciousness he first came into contact with, but it also exceeded what he could handle. Bang! His body staggered back. The battle between the life spirit and the dragon's consciousness ended in failure. Although a portion of the dragon's consciousness energy was depleted, it was only a drop in the ocean. Lin Feng pressed his hand to his chest and felt his qi and blood churning. He allowed a long sigh of relief and frowned. It was far more powerful than he had imagined. Every time I reach the manifestation realm, my strength will increase exponentially. Although it can deplete the energy of the dragon's consciousness, the price is too great, and it's still unknown whether I can succeed. After all, I have less than 6 days left. Lin Feng's eyes flashed as he shook his head. It was not worth it to force it. With a soft hum, Lin Feng calmed his mind and thought. The expression in his eyes kept changing. Right now, there were 2 paths in front of him. He could either return to the second cave and continue refining the dragon frame of the first level of transformation, or a demonic beast of the first level of transformation won't be of much help to my strength. Lin Feng knew very well that he was not too far away from a demonic beast of the first level of transformation. In a short period of time, he could definitely be on par, even surpass. The second path was the path he should take. Absorb and refine the inner core to increase my strength. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. I've hunted quite a number of rank 5 inner cores this time. My strength should increase rapidly in a short period of time. I'll try again on the 14th of August. The only correct path was to increase his own strength. Lin Feng was very clear about it, and he understood it very well. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Feng took out a rank 5 inner core. Suddenly, Lin Feng's expression turned serious as he let out a soft hum. His eyes shone. How could I forget? This is the consciousness of the black, mist demonic dragon. Lin Feng stood up and teleported to the side of the dragon frame that was almost 100 meters long. Taking out the spirit beast ball, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly changed. The sharp light radiated in all directions and became as calm as water. But the aura was still as strong as before. Human soul state. Golden dragon chi, Lin Feng shouted. In an instant, golden light spread and a solitary aura spread out, wrapping around the dragon frame. The powerful dragon aura was released. The five-clawed golden dragon with the top bloodline seemed to be roaring. Feeling the dragon frame's aura being suppressed, Lin Feng was overjoyed. There's a chance. His eyes changed again. The life spirit appeared and replaced the human soul that could not attack to regain control of the body. The powerful energy of heaven and earth circled around the body. In an instant, the life spirit and the demonic dragon's consciousness came into contact. Pung! Lin Feng had the absolute upper hand. As expected, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth rose. As he expected, the black mist demonic dragon would be restrained by the top five-clawed golden dragon due to the strength of its bloodline. This point was already very obvious during the battle. Although the remaining power of the golden dragon chi gradually disappeared, the demonic dragon's consciousness would grow stronger again. But this was not a problem. Golden dragon chi. Lin Feng repeated the steps again. Immediately, a new cycle began. The same thing happened. Although the efficiency was not high, it was a very effective method. 2 hours passed. Another 2 hours passed. The refining speed was not fast, but it was methodically carried out. Chapter 264. The end of the world was near, but the people did not lose their confidence. On the huge screens in every city, images were being played. A tall and sturdy man dressed in a military uniform was using his resolute face to encourage the humans, giving them confidence and strength. I, the commanding officer, will use my blood and flesh to protect my home, protect my people. As long as I am alive, I will not allow even a single demonic beast to run rampant in the Sky Martial continent. Never. The soldiers of the Sky Martial Army will be with you all. Impassioned and proud, he stood tall. The commanding officer had used his iron heart to prove that he was worthy of being the strongest martial artist in the Sky Martial continent. 300 years ago, he had accepted the responsibility of the heaven-breaking martial god. Now he was using his actions to prove he would do it. Behind the screen, the neat rows of Sky Martial Army soldiers were lined up. Every one of their faces was filled with perseverance, not fearing death. This was an army of tigers and wolves. This was an army formed by true warriors. Iron blood, loyal heart. Like the martial, like the soldiers. The most elite troops of the Sky Martial Army. They were proud to be part of the Sky Martial Army. They were proud to protect the Sky Martial continent. However, the commanding officer was still the commanding officer. He only represented himself, not the other martial artists. Everyone had their own hearts and aspirations. Everyone's choices and beliefs were different. Even if they were as close as father and son, it was still the same. You want me to risk my life to protect these foolish people? What a joke. Father is old, and his thinking is too old-fashioned. Zhu Padi sneered. Although he was in the Sky Martial Army, his heart was not there. Although he feared his father, Zhu Padi's thinking would not change. That's right. The green flood dragon nodded. The situation will not change. The destruction of the Sky Martial continent is already destined. That's right. Zhu Padi looked at the green flood dragon with admiration and laughed. I didn't expect the right marshal to be so understanding. Father is too stubborn. Maybe the commanding officer has his own difficulties. The green flood dragon sighed. Father likes to be a hero. That's his problem. Zhu Padi said disdainfully. Even if you do your best, you can at most let those fools live for a few more days, but you will lose your life. Is it worth it? Helplessly shaking his head, Zhu Padi said disdainfully. Letting those useless trash live is also a waste of food. Wouldn't it be better to let them feed the magical beasts? The green flood dragon smiled faintly, his eyes twinkling. Demonic dragon lair. Lin Feng lay on the ground, looking exhausted. However, his face was full of smiles. Just a moment ago, he had spent 2 whole days. He had finally succeeded. The black mist demonic dragon, that's closest to the 3rd stage of manifestation. Lin Feng held a sparkling black spiritual beast ball in his hand, his eyes shining brightly. At this moment, only 10 of the 12 dragon frames were left in the cave. The largest and smallest ones had already disappeared. After successfully refining the weakest dragon frame, Lin Feng immediately went to try refining the strongest one. Although it took a long time, the facts proved that. Worth it. Lin Feng clenched his right hand tightly as he felt the surging power within the spirit beast ball. He felt extremely excited in his heart. It was quite powerful, far stronger than the current him. This black mist demonic dragon was extremely close to the 3rd stage of manifestation. Just 1 step away. Placing the spirit beast ball into the 4th slot of the spirit beast ring, Lin Feng slowly calmed his mind and looked up. He was a little worried about his family, worried about the Sky Martial continent, worried about Ziyao. He always felt a little uneasy, an indescribable feeling. But now, it was difficult to move an inch. There are still 4 days. Lin Feng thought. Wait for me, I will be back soon. His heart was firm as Lin Feng nodded. Suddenly, he stood up. Lin Feng's eyes were brimming with energy and vigor. Thinking about returning to the Sky Martial continent and fighting against the real 9th-level beast riot, Lin Feng's fighting spirit was boiling. There was no time to relax. He had to give it his all. The more I get here, the stronger my strength will grow. The chances of fighting the 9th-level beast riot will be greater. Lin Feng was very clear. In this battle, he was the most crucial key. Looking at the innermost dragon's tomb, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as he clenched his fist. Let's try again. Lin Feng teleported. Dragon's tomb, the deepest part. Lin Feng looked at the 3 draconian in front of him with bright eyes. Feeling the surging and powerful qi, a layer of deep palpitations appeared in his heart. Even the weakest draconian, his qi was more than 10 times stronger than the spirit beast puppet that he had just refined. It was an existence that had truly transformed. Again, Lin Feng clenched his teeth. He was unwilling to give up such a great opportunity in front of him. The change in his eyes instantly transformed Lin Feng into his human spirit state. The surging golden light was as bright as stars. Golden Dragon's Qi, Lin Feng shouted. The solitary Qi was instantly filled with surging power, enveloping the nearly 10-meter-tall draconian. The 5-clawed golden dragon, with a top-notch bloodline, roared ferociously. It was extremely majestic. In an instant, Lin Feng changed his fate spirit state. The spiraling energy was densely packed as he attacked again. However, in just an instant, pong! Lin Feng fell heavily to the ground like a kite with a broken string. The terrifying qi was like a powerful expert punching his lower abdomen. Lin Feng's intestines were completely twisted into a ball. Pooh! Pooh! He spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. The world spun. Lin Feng's head rumbled and shook. The severity was even worse than the first collision. The stronger the qi, the greater the reaction. After a long while, Lin Feng finally recovered. His face flashed with a hint of paleness. The existence in front of him that surpassed the 3rd stage of transformation was indeed not something he could come into contact with. The 3rd stage of transformation. How terrifying! Lin Feng's gaze became a little blurred. With the grade 9 beasts rampaging, will there be 3rd stage magical beasts appearing? Lin Feng frowned. If there is, how am I supposed to defend against them? Shockingly powerful. It was just a wisp of remnant consciousness, but it was enough to make him feel helpless. If it was a real 3rd stage magical beast, how powerful would it be? Lin Feng shook his head. It was hard to imagine. What a pity. Lin Feng looked at the 3 powerful draconians again. His heart was filled with regret. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, his strength was limited. Looking around, Lin Feng finally stopped at the strongest draconian, the 2-meter-tall black skeleton. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Feng suddenly let out a soft gasp of surprise. He looked at the 2-meter-tall black skeleton with doubt in his eyes. No, it doesn't feel right. Lin Feng's gaze changed instantly. He moved his body and touched the black skeleton lightly with one hand. There was a terrifying power in the black skeleton, even more powerful than the draconian just now. However, the feeling was completely different. Deep in thought, Lin Feng immediately placed his hand on the nearly 10-meter-tall draconian, carefully sensing and comparing. As time passed, Lin Feng's tightly knitted brows slowly relaxed. He seemed to have discovered something different. After a long time, I understand now. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. He was enlightened. It's the aura that's different. Lin Feng clapped his hands fiercely. One's aura is from the outside to the inside, while the other's aura is from the inside to the outside. Touching the 2-meter-tall black skeleton with one hand again, Lin Feng nodded in realization and said with a burning voice, "That's right. It's completely different from the other two draconians. The strength of this black skeleton is the strength of its bones and the strength of its life, not its consciousness. As for its consciousness, it's very scattered and not concentrated. It's spread throughout every part of the skeleton." Lin Feng's conclusion startled even himself, making him a little dumbfounded. However, this was the truth. It's really strange. Lin Feng looked at the black skeleton curiously. It was shrouded in a thick black fog, giving it an eerily powerful aura. Lin Feng did not know that this black skeleton was the only ancestor of the Black Fog demonic dragon clan who was closest to successfully transforming. It could be said to have a heaven-defying aptitude. It continuously broke through the bottleneck and entered the final stage of transformation. However, in the end, it could not withstand the tribulation thunder and successfully transformed into a human. Its physical body had evolved to the level of life, but the final step of the transformation of the inner core was not completed. Its soul was scattered, leaving only a skeleton. The other two draconians were different. Their realms were one level lower. They died when they forcibly broke through the fourth realm of transformation. In fact, all the Black Fog demonic dragons here were the same. It was just that the realm they forcibly broke through was slightly different. Only this black skeleton was the most special. The sky was gray and overcast. It was drizzling, and the Sky Marshall continent seemed to be a little quiet. August 11th, a very ordinary day. However, it was a day that was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. It was a day that made people tremble with fear. On this day, 3 days had passed since the end of the second stage of the Beast Riot. In the short 3 days of peace, the people seemed to have forgotten their worries, forgotten their fears, and enjoyed life to the fullest. However, the arrival of the end of the world did not depend on the will of the people. Boom! Boom! Thunder roared in the sky. Mournful lightning flashed across, causing the dark night to have a little more light. It was the people who were sleeping peacefully, entering the land of dreams, entering the warm bed. For an ordinary person, this was a kind of happiness. However, this happiness was short-lived. Roar! A terrifying beast roar sounded, shaking the heavens and earth. It lifted the entire night sky, completely covering the sound of the thunder, covering all sounds. At this moment, the earth suddenly began to shake violently, rumbling. Many houses at the border collapsed. The people were all awakened by this terrifying tremor. Their eyes flashed with deep shock. Cries and cries for help rang out in every city. Everyone was frightened by this sudden change. The shocking beast roars came one after another, filling the sky and landing on everyone's heart. It was incomparably heavy, and their hands and feet went soft. The quiet night was no longer quiet. The pitch-black color became even more pale and powerless. Everything seemed to indicate that something terrifying was about to happen on the 11th of August. The end of the world had finally arrived. Second update, I have something to do today. Xiao Xiao does not want to find an excuse. I will send it tomorrow at 4 p.m. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 265. At this time, there were still 9 days until the 100-day period ended. Was it a coincidence, an omen, or perhaps a butterfly effect? No one knew, and no one cared, because it had already happened. In the early morning of the 11th of August, before the sun had even risen, the Grim Reaper's scythe had already descended. The Qianwu continent was facing an even more terrifying ninth-rank beast horde than 300 years ago. It was a calamity. Rumble, accompanied by the sound of thunder. There was a huge roar that made one's heart tremble. Demonic beasts after demonic beasts emerged from the depths of the wilderness like a tide. They had ferocious faces, sharp fangs, sharp claws, and demon-like eyes. Outside the borders, countless demonic beasts led their generals and soldiers, charging at the forefront. Countless king-level demonic beasts followed closely behind, as if they were generals on a punitive expedition. The truly suffocating and terrifying aura came from a giant bear with blood-red spots. It was holding the rear. Its huge steel body was filled with explosive power, and its eyes shone with a cold light. Its huge claws seemed to tear the sky apart. Roar! The giant bear roared hysterically. It was like a general giving orders, encouraging the demonic beasts to attack. The first Emperor-level demonic beast had appeared. The rain had stopped, but a blood-like fear had seeped into everyone's hearts. Endless darkness enveloped them, and everyone's hearts were filled with a deep sense of fear. They looked up at the dark sky, praying for the dawn to come. They hoped that the nightmare would end, and that a hero would descend from the heavens to quell the beast horde, just like the heaven-breaking martial god from 300 years ago. They hoped for a miracle, but would a miracle really happen? Would the sky ever regain its brightness? No one knew, but there was one person who did not give up. He was an ordinary man, but he had an extraordinary heart. He led the most elite troops of the Tianwu army, led the fearless soldiers of the Tianwu army, and together with the experts of the 4 great powers, they formed the strongest and thickest line of defense at the borders. It was also the only line of defense for humanity, a line of defense made of flesh. He, the commander, was truly worthy of the title of the strongest human. It was not just his strength, but his heart. Kill. His expression was filled with a strong fighting spirit. Along with the beating of the drums, the commander let out the loudest roar. All of the human warriors, spurred on by the support in their hearts, charged out crazily and engaged in the most intense battle with the terrifying magical beast army. Fight to the death. Demonic Dragon Lair. At this moment, Lin Feng was fighting with all his might against the black skeleton. When the dense heaven and earth energy came into contact with the black skeleton, it did not resist at all. The aura of life that had fused with the skeleton was no longer the true consciousness of the demon dragon. Under the bombardment of the terrifying tribulation lightning, it was impossible for any consciousness to survive. That was just a mark hidden in the skeleton due to the evolution of the level of life. Body symbol. But even if it didn't have any resistance, it was still an extremely hard bone to chew. It's too tough. Lin Feng sighed in admiration. The refinement had encountered a great deal of trouble. Although the invasion of the life spirit was smooth, the scattered life energy combined with the fusion of the body on the skeleton was abnormally tough and difficult to overcome. Even when he had spent 2 days and 2 nights refining the most difficult dragon frame, he did not have such a feeling. The black skeleton was like a piece of steel, a huge mountain. It was not impossible to empty it. It would take a lot of time, bit by bit, bit by bit. It took a lot of effort for Lin Feng to feel that the refinement was weak. Time continued to pass, 1 hour after another. Lin Feng's forehead was covered in sweat. The attack of the life spirit was obviously tired, but the refinement of the black skeleton was only 1% complete. No. Lin Feng let out a long sigh. Without a month or so, it would be a fool's dream to refine the black skeleton. It made sense. A few days ago, it was already so difficult for him to refine the Dragon Man that had not even reached the third stage of transformation. Now, he only had 4 days. To refine the black skeleton that was more than 10 times stronger was naturally harder than ascending to the heavens. Failure. It was not a matter of strength. It was just that the timing was not right. What a pity. If I had 1 more month, I would definitely succeed. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. It was now the 11th of August. There were only 4 days left before he returned to Sky Marshall Continent. To him, no matter how precious the black skeleton was, it was useless. What could be more important than his family? Now his parents needed him. Xiao needed him. Sky Marshall Continent needed him even more. As a member of the human race, he had the responsibility, the obligation, to protect the entire Sky Marshall Continent, to protect the human race. This was what a real man should do, not cowardly hiding and dragging out an ignoble existence. The Moon Emperor was like that. The commander was like that. You should also be like that, to be a man of indomitable spirit. I hope everything goes smoothly. Lin Feng pursed his lips and prayed in his heart. He had been worried for the past few days. He had a feeling that something was going to happen. But far away in the black mist demonic Dragon Valley, even if he wanted to, he was powerless. He could only wait. Quietly sitting cross-legged, Lin Feng took out the beginner-level puppet master cultivation and carefully read it. Although he had read it many times in the high-level cultivation space, it was not the same as now. After refining 4 spirit beast puppets, Lin Feng was more familiar with the branch of the puppet master. Directly skipping the refining column, Lin Feng read the control column again. External control, internal control, and total control. Lin Feng read softly. The 3 control methods were just a general term. In fact, the real control was all-encompassing and complicated. Just the external control techniques alone numbered in the thousands. This beginner-level puppet master cultivation only mentioned a small part of it. Internal control was the same. Total control was built on the basis of external control and internal control. It was much more complicated. External control and internal control each have their own advantages and disadvantages. It is difficult to judge whether they are good or bad, but for me, internal control seems to be more suitable. Lin Feng nodded and roughly browsed through the various internal control secret techniques again. Reviewing the old and learning the new, he had some new insights. Internal control was about control from the inside out. By fusing oneself into the puppet, a powerful puppeteer would be able to unleash power that far exceeded that of the puppet itself. Controlling with one's heart, controlling the puppet and exerting strength will be easier. Lin Feng's eyes were bright. He had a huge advantage, consciousness doppelganger. Originally, the consciousness doppelganger did not have any attack power. Without a body, it could not control the aurora at all. But now it was different. Integrating into the puppet was equivalent to having an extra body. Even if he could not adapt to it, at least he had a new layer of strength. However, the strongest puppet I can control now is that Dragon Man. I wonder how much strength I can exert? Lin Feng pondered and could not help but shake his head. His eyes looked at the black skeleton again, flashing with a bright light. This black skeleton was not only similar in size to a human, but its physical strength was also shockingly strong. If he could control it, how much could his strength increase? However, he could see it, but he could not eat it. That's not right. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, and his expression changed. According to the book, the puppet master's control is based on the life imprint of the puppet. But this black skeleton does not have the demonic dragon's consciousness. In other words, Lin Feng's eyes were bright. It cannot form a life imprint. He had already tested this point just now. Compared to other dragon men, it lacked vitality, but had a stronger physique. If that's the case, Lin Feng clenched his fist and relaxed his brows. Maybe I can try this. In the beginner-level puppet master training, There was a kind of simple refinement, possession refinement. It was a very dangerous refinement. It is more dangerous than a psychic's direct psychic attack, because possession refinement will receive strong resistance from the host. It can easily hurt the naked life soul. Lin Feng pondered. Indeed, it was quite dangerous. In fact, possession refinement was not as good as puppet refinement because it could not form a real life imprint, which was the sole power formed by the last strand of consciousness of the demonic beast. But to him, this was not important because this black skeleton could not. It could not form a life imprint. Boom! His head shook. Touching the black skeleton, Lin Feng's eyes changed rapidly. In an instant, his consciousness entered his mind. As the possession refinement began, his life soul entered a new body like a consciousness clone, a body filled with power. There was no obstruction at all, no resistance at all. As expected, Lin Feng was overjoyed. According to the book, possession refinement is suitable for any existence that does not have life. Although it was a level lower than puppet refinement, to a puppet master, the feeling of compatibility was very important. With a life imprint, not only could the puppet's strength be unleashed to the extreme, it could also be controlled more freely. But he did not need compatibility. As long as this body is enough. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. In an instant, his life soul's heart spun rapidly. The Heart Sutra of the 4th page of Mystery of Souls was displayed. Powerful heaven and earth energy surged in from the outside world and entered his body, then rushed into the black skeleton's body like waves. Possession refinement was equivalent to building a bridge between the two. Refinement begin. Lin Feng's expression was full of excitement. The crazy heaven and earth energy rushed into the black skeleton. Compared to before, it was like a water droplet slowly dripping in. Now it was like a river rushing in, wave after wave. As the feeling grew stronger, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with joy and anticipation. According to the current speed, it would not take 4 days. The refinement would be completed. First update, today's 4th update. With 2 roars, I'm going all out. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come Achidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 266. It was an unprecedented war. The prelude to protecting Sky Martial Continent had begun. Kill! Kill! The human martial artists charged into the beast horde as though they had gone mad. The demonic beasts in front of them made them hate them to the bone. For the sake of protecting their homeland, every single martial artist unleashed their strongest strength. Blood flowed like a river, corpses piled up like mountains. The borders of Sky Martial Continent was like hell on earth. One after another, the brave warriors charged into the beast horde without fear of death. The commander, Laughing Buddha, Zhu Padi, and the other experts took the lead, like arrows piercing through the beast horde. Behind them, Tianqing, Green Flood Dragon, Thunderbolt, and the rest followed closely behind. Like a sharp blade, they pierced through the hearts of the beast horde. The first battle, they could not afford to lose. The pitch-black sky was dyed red by the light. The air was filled with the stench of beasts and fresh blood, fusing together, causing people to choke and vomit. But not a single martial artist could feel it. The battle continued without pause. Killing one was not too little. Killing a dozen was not too much. For the sake of survival, for the sake of protecting Sky Martial Continent, all the martial artists were forced to unleash their maximum strength. Every city's huge screen was broadcasting the battle of defense. Everyone was gathered in the plaza, gathered on the streets, staring intently at the screen. They roared and screamed in anger. Even if the warriors could not hear them, even if the warriors could not feel them, it did not affect them. They were silently cheering for the human protectors, praying for this battle. When a commander took the lead and used his unparalleled strength to kill the bear-type emperor-level demonic beast, the entire Sky Martial Continent erupted into hysterical cheers, praising the hero of the human race. They were overjoyed, as though the beast horde's rampage was over. Was it over? It was just the beginning. This battle lasted for a total of 10 hours. The human elites were all out. The corpses of the demonic beasts piled up like mountains. Blood flowed like rivers. We won. We won. Every city was overjoyed, filled with joy. Everyone's eyes were brimming with tears. They were extremely touched, hugging each other from the bottom of their hearts. They thanked the brave warriors who fought with their lives on the line and mourned the deaths of the human martial artists. Sky Martial Continent was filled with joy. The atmosphere was peaceful. But was it really that optimistic? In Sky City, the martial gods gathered together. The experts sitting and standing around the huge round table, such as Huang Liang, the Laughing Buddha, and the others, all had grave expressions on their faces. Their hearts were heavy, as if a huge stone was pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. More than 20% of the First Allied Army died. As for those who were injured, the commander frowned and didn't continue. More than 80% of the martial artists had more or less injuries on their bodies. In just the first battle, the Allied army formed by the Tianwu Army and the Tianwu Chamber of Commerce had suffered great losses. Even though they had annihilated the horde of beasts, they had paid an astonishing price. And this was only the beginning of the third phase of the Beast Riot. We will definitely win the second battle. Ziyao's eyes lit up. The human martial artists were divided into two large armies and took turns to fight. Against the tide of crazy beasts, the Second Allied Army, formed by the Hunter Organization and the Five Great Sect Alliance, did not appear to be inferior at all. They exploded with super strong combat power. The second battle on the first day was also a clean defeat of the Beast Horde army. However, the number of dead cultivators also exceeded 20%. The commander joined the battle once again. The other martial gods could take turns to rest, but the commander could not. Other than him, no other martial god in the Tianwu continent could deal with the emperor-class demonic beasts. His body was made of steel and was filled with endless power, just like what he had said before the battle. He would use his blood and flesh to protect the entire Tianwu continent, to protect all of humanity. He was the spiritual pillar of the human race. He was a true leader. Demonic Dragon's Lair. In a cave deep in the dragon's lair, a black skeleton was currently covered by a black fog. Void heaven and earth energy spiraled around it and crazily surged into it. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the bones of the black skeleton were flashing with shocking changes. The original black luster had become lighter, and it carried a lonely aura. Those hollow eyes were faintly flickering with a cold light. The possession refinement process lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. Just a little more. The last little bit. Lin Feng's eyes were bright, and an incomparably bright light shot out from his eyes. The astonishing heaven and earth qi continued to surge into the body of the black skeleton. As the possession refinement continued, the feeling of the black skeleton's body became clearer and more familiar. It was as if it was his own body. The energy that surged in was constantly rushing and mixing. In an instant, it collapsed. Bang! His heart shook, and his mind suddenly became clear, as if the sea and sky were vast. The body of the black skeleton no longer had any secrets, no gaps, as if it was a naked body, completely exposed. The feeling of the life spirit was incomparably clear. Lin Feng opened his eyes wide, revealing a happy smile. He had finally succeeded. In a dragon's lair. A black skeleton was strangely holding a spear, displaying its spear techniques. The feeling was very bizarre. Its movements were not smooth, it was clumsy, and its spear techniques were full of mistakes. But the black skeleton was not discouraged at all, and continued to display its skills. Slowly, as time passed, the black skeleton's movements became more and more fluent, and its spear techniques also became more and more decent. I'm almost feeling it. This body is too different from my body. Lin Feng said softly as he controlled the black skeleton, constantly changing its moves. It took a lot of time to go from being unfamiliar to slowly controlling it, especially the fusion of the life spirit and this body. it was still quite unfamiliar. There's no rush. After all, I just stepped into the puppet master lineage. In terms of controlling puppets, I'm still at the most basic level. Fortunately, this black skeleton doesn't have a life imprint. Lin Feng thought to himself. With a life imprint, it would be more difficult to control, but at the same time, the power of the puppet would be greater. Relatively speaking, controlling this black skeleton without a life imprint was much easier. It was as if countless complicated steps were omitted, leaving only the most basic existence: body control, puppet-like movements, and battle. Enough. Lin Feng smiled lightly. The black skeleton threw the dragon-killing spear in its hand, and Lin Feng's main body caught it. Instantly, it stabbed out like lightning, as fast as the wind. The golden dragon energy followed, and the five-clawed golden dragon looked ferocious. Accompanied by the black fog, Lin Feng's main body's attack power erupted smoothly. He had already reached the small success stage of one with the spear. It was unstoppable. The cold light condensed at one point and stabbed straight at the black skeleton. But the black skeleton didn't move at all. It only gently raised its hand. Ha! Xiao Chun grabbed the dragon-killing spear. The terrifying force of a spear was reduced to nothing by Xiao Chen's light grip, a power that could shock the world. Whoosh! The black skeleton's body flashed, and its speed seemed to tear through space. Lin Feng's main body couldn't react at all. Instantly, a layer of cold feeling appeared on his neck. The black skeleton's cold bone claws only needed to be gently squeezed, abnormal strength. Just the physical strength alone was so terrifying. What sort of shocking strength would the original owner of this black skeleton possess? Lin Feng muttered in his heart and felt a wave of disbelief. He didn't have the ability to fight back at all. The black skeleton, on the other hand, was merely warming up. Not to mention that his life spirit couldn't unleash its full strength. Just the control of his body was not up to the standard of passing. An existence that was close to complete transformation was too strong. Phew! Lin Feng exhaled deeply, and his eyes lit up, feeling the black skeleton's powerful strength. What else did he have to fear? If he faced the cunning black fog demonic dragon again, with the black skeleton's strength, he was 100% sure that he could kill it. This will be my strongest trump card. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly. Now, there's only one last step left. Lin Feng smiled faintly as he looked at the black skeleton with bright eyes. There was a hint of expectation in his eyes. Simply condense the puppet imprint and put it into the spirit beast ball. Sky Martial Continent. 3 days and 2 nights, 5 battles. Every time, the beast horde's strength would increase slightly. But even if it didn't increase at all, just the exhaustion alone was enough to kill the Sky Martial Continent. After going through 5 tragic battles, hundreds of millions of warriors' corpses fell, and the Sky Martial Continent was on the verge of collapsing. The 2 great armies of the human race had already united, and the huge casualty rate could no longer be sustained, and all the warriors' faces were filled with dead silence. But no one would give up, because this was their home and the pillar of their hearts. Death could be as heavy as Mount Tai, or as light as a feather. Even if they sacrificed their own lives in exchange for a second of peace in the Sky Martial Continent, it was worth it. In order to protect their home, for the hope of survival, for the continuation of the human race's bloodline, all the warriors did their best. Just like the commander. For 3 days and 2 nights, he didn't even close his eyes once. In the 5 earth-shattering battles, he was at the forefront and killed the most. Without him, the human race wouldn't have been able to hold on. With the commander's strength, he could have stayed out of it, but for the sake of the obsession in his heart, for the sake of responsibility, the commander stood up without hesitation, without any complaints, just like how the Moon Emperor entered the 100 Falls ancient ruins of the 4 great danger grounds. However, there was a limit to human strength. As for the Beast Riot, it was only today that it truly began. August 13th, noon. On the 3rd day of the 3rd stage of the Beast Riot, accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon roar that pierced through the sky, the commander's face was gloomy, Ziyao's face was pale, and all the stage, 7 martial gods revealed looks of shock, their eyes filled with fear. At this moment, the entire Sky Martial continent was in a state of panic. The Dragon Clan had finally descended. Second update, Lin Feng. Your domineering aura is back. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 267. It was the roar of a true dragon. It possessed the might of a dragon, the king of all beasts. It was a giant dragon with rust spots all over its body. Thick scales and iron plates covered its entire body. Its huge head was terrifying, and its bloody mouth emitted a foul stench. It walked upright, and its ferocious iron claws glinted coldly. Its blood-red eyes exuded a domineering aura. Azure Ironback Dragon. Although it was the weakest of the Dragon Clan's lower third bloodline, it was still a dragon through and through. In the void, the commander and Ziyao stood side by side, their eyes shining. Did you know? I was once very rebellious and willful. The commander slowly opened his mouth, and a deep memory surfaced on his cold face. Ziyao looked at the commander and quietly listened to him. Because they had always been competitors with the Tianwu army, Ziyao used to hate the commander. But now, she respected him from the bottom of her heart. When Master took me in as a disciple, it was only because of a bet. The commander calmly said, "Among all my fellow disciples, my talent was the worst, and my strength was the most mediocre. Even Master completely gave up on me. But only 6 senior brother encouraged me, supported me, and treated me like his own younger brother." Listening to this rare past event, Ziyao's eyes sparkled. The truth is, my talent was indeed bad. The commander shook his head and said, 6 senior brother was a heaven-defying genius. At the age of 20, he stepped into the initial star rank. His talent was monstrous. If 6 senior brother was still alive, let alone the Star River rank, it would not be impossible for him to step into the legendary Star Sea rank. Ziyao lightly nodded, deep in thought. What a pity. The commander sighed. In the battle 300 years ago, all my fellow disciples fell, and humanity faced a calamity. 6 senior brother had no choice but to fight with injuries. Although he became famous in that battle and saved the entire Tianwu continent, 6 senior brother exhausted his life force. The commander's eyes were filled with sorrow. Before he died, 6 senior brother entrusted the heavy responsibility of protecting the Tianwu continent to a useless person like me. 6 senior brother is gone. The commander lightly sighed. But who doesn't die? As long as your death is worth it, and you die for your beliefs, then it's worth it. The commander's eyes suddenly brightened. He looked at the sky and suddenly revealed a faint smile. 6 senior brother, Julie has done what he promised you. 300 years, a whole 300 years. Julie has protected the Sky Martial continent for you for 300 years, but now, I'm afraid he is powerless. Clenching his fists, the commander's eyes were burning with anger. But even so, I won't give up. A man is a man of his word. The commander's body suddenly erupted with a terrifying power, and he said, "That day, I changed my name to Zhu Li to remind myself of my oath to protect the Sky Martial continent, to protect humanity. I, Zhu Li, am an indomitable man. I have a clear conscience." Boom! A terrifying burst of energy erupted. Ziyao was immediately forced back. This power was filled with a terrifying aura. "Commander, you..." Ziyao covered her mouth in shock. The commander looked at Ziyao with bright eyes and said, "Although I know that the hope is very small, and my request is too much, I still hope that you will agree to my request. But, Ziyao, please help me protect the Sky Martial continent, protect humanity, and inherit my and your sister's wish. Please." It was not an order, nor was it a tyrannical shout. It was a kind of request, a kind of wish, and more like a kind of last words. 2 streams of tears flowed down Ziyao's face. Looking at the man in front of her, Ziyao's heart was filled with respect. He was like a father, filled with dignity, filled with power, silently using his flesh and blood to protect all the humans that needed his protection, burning his life for the unyielding faith in his heart. "I will." Ziyao nodded her head, her expression firm. Hearing Ziyao's reply, the commander's face revealed a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. Suddenly, a cold glint appeared in his eyes, and his chi exploded to its peak. The commander's expression was filled with determination and fearlessness. He turned into a shooting star and charged alone into the horde of beasts that filled the sky. Just like the heaven-breaking martial god 300 years ago. Fight! Inside the devil dragon's lair. Although the process of possession refining was complicated, the formation of the puppet imprint was relatively simple. Just like dripping blood on the Rora, it was a very common process of owner recognition, specially used for this type of lifeless puppet that could be directly controlled. The fifth one. Lin Feng placed the spirit beast ball into the spirit beast bracelet, his mouth revealing a faint smile. Just this spirit beast ball alone was better than all the others. With this black skeleton, his strength had increased by more than 10 times. There is only one day left until the 15th of August. Lin Feng thought. His heart was filled with anticipation, but he had waited for too long. Black Mist Demonic Dragon Valley might have bigger secrets, deeper treasures, but to him, it was not as attractive as going home. That was his home. Father, mother, brother, and sister, and Ziyao, they were his family. Man is a human because he is an animal with feelings. I wonder if they're okay. Lin Feng felt uneasy, as if something dangerous was about to happen. I hope they are okay. Muttering in his heart, Lin Feng forced himself to suppress his desire and thought, there are still 6 days until the end of the 100-day period. The beast ride has not reached the 3rd stage, so father and mother should be safe. But Lin Feng frowned and shook his head. Perhaps he was thinking too much and missed them too much. No matter what, when I enter the Arcade Hall in the early morning of the 15th, I can by the space transportation door. Lin Feng's eyes were bright. With my current strength, even if I don't expose my Puppet Master trump card, dealing with ordinary Emperor-level magical beasts, and even dragons is not a problem. Lin Feng clenched his fists, extremely confident in his own strength. Fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. In this Black Mist Demonic Dragon Valley, although he had narrowly escaped death several times, the improvement of his strength could be said to be rapid. Except for the primordial fire in his body that had not been exhausted, he was now an out-and-out beginner star powerhouse. Moreover, he had 2 souls. Everyone might be shocked, right? Lin Feng laughed. Indeed, the rapid improvement of his strength even made him feel incredulous. It was all thanks to these Black Mist demonic dragons. The blessed land at the center of the demonic dragon lair. Cultivating in seclusion, the black mist covering Lianya's body gradually dissipated. His tightly shut eyes slowly opened. His eyes were filled with a sharp light. The 3rd stage of manifestation has already reached the peak. Lianya's eyes were bright. Looking at his own hands, clenching his fists, they were filled with powerful strength. Standing up, his 10-meter-tall body emitted a powerful aura. It was even purer than 10 days ago, as if the impurities in the gold mine were removed. After arranging the matters in the clan, I can use the secret method to break through to the 4th stage. Lianya's eyes were shining. His scales moved slightly. Lianya's thick tail knocked on the ground. His eyes suddenly brightened. Lianya. The aura between the Black Mist demonic dragons was very strong. Almost instantly, Lianya sensed the existence of Lianya. At this moment, Lianya was guarding the north side of the cave. His eyebrows sank. With Lianya's brain, he could guess without thinking that something big must have happened during his seclusion. Even the guard had been changed. Refined teeth let out a deep breath, his expression sinister. Passing through the black light screen, he headed north. Shock anger. What did you say? All the dragon eggs were stolen. My Black Mist demonic dragon clan was slaughtered close to 250 clan dragons? Lienya's eyes widened in anger. They were blood red and sharp. The terrifying aura spread out, causing Lienya to tremble slightly. It seemed to be extremely strenuous. Lienya was really angry. The death of the clan dragons, the theft of the dragon eggs, it happened right under his eyes, stirring up trouble on the head. Lienya did not expect that a bit of leniency would cause trouble for him. That human treated him like nothing, trampling on his dignity as the king of the Black Mist demonic dragons. He really ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Good, good, good. After saying it 3 times, Lienya gritted his teeth in anger. He wished he could immediately find that damned human, turn his bones to dust, and dismember his body into 1,000 pieces. Lienya suppressed his anger and snorted. Let's go to the ancestral graveyard to take a look. In the deepest part of the dragon graveyard, Lin Feng, who was refining the spirit beast ball, had a change in expression. In his senses, an unimaginably strong aura had appeared in his senses. Oh no! Lin Feng immediately gave up on refining and quickly retreated. At this moment, 8 slots in the spirit beast ring were already filled. The 8 spirit beast balls were quietly placed inside. Like beasts locked in cages, they were very obedient. Have I been discovered? Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He instantly shook his head. No, it doesn't seem to be coming from me. Muttering in his heart, Lin Feng instantly headed out of the cave. If he went in, it would be a dead end. If he was caught like a turtle in a jar, it would be terrible. What a strong aura. Lin Feng felt his heart palpitate. That aura was more than 10 times stronger than the black fog demonic dragon beside him. Don't provoke it. There's still one more day. I hope I can safely pass it. The fog concealment talisman flashed. Lin Feng carefully retracted his aura, quietly hiding in a corner. Right now, there was an urgent matter. There was no need to fight with this black fog demonic dragon whose strength was unknown. There was no need. Ancestral graveyard. Lienya angrily swung his dragon tail, creating a strong wind. Lienya, who was beside him, was silent like a cicada in winter, looking at the ancestral graveyard where a few of the ancestral skeletons had disappeared. He was shocked. And at this moment, what came towards him was a huge tail spike. It was as fast as lightning. Pung! The fierce tail whipped his body. Lienya let out a painful cry. A large piece of flesh on his body was hooked by the spike, blood dripping. But he did not dare to show any hatred. The patriarch in front of him, Lienya, had already shown mercy. Damned human! Lienya's face was ferocious. His huge dragon tail fell to the ground, letting out a horrified cry. At this moment, Lienya's eyes flickered. Faintly, he seemed to feel a ripple of energy in the lair. In an instant, his expression changed drastically. Lienya's eyes shot out a strong flame. Damned human, you still haven't left. A hysterical roar resounded throughout the entire lair. Lienya's aura instantly exploded. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 268. Not good. Lin Feng, who was controlling the urgent fire shuttle cautiously, had a drastic change in expression. The furious roar was filled with anger, and it was incomparably clear. The most important thing was that it was the language of the Do Ling world. At least, it was in existence at the 3rd level of manifestation. Have I been discovered? Lin Feng's eyes flickered as he forced himself to calm down. He did not flee in a panic. He had already experienced the cunning of the black fog demonic dragon. Perhaps it was testing him. However, using his mind's eye, he sensed that extremely terrifying aura rushing towards him. It had completely followed the direction he was fleeing in. This time it was real. As expected, the difference in strength is too great. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, his expression solemn. The fog-concealing talisman could hide one's aura, but there was a limit. When the opponent's strength far exceeded his own, the fog-concealing talisman would lose its effect. Just like a cultivator, when the strength of the enemy far exceeded the limits of what one could withstand, all schemes and tricks would no longer be able to stop them. The only thing left was fight. There was no way out. He had to fight. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly, his expression unyielding. A solid and bright spiritual beast ball was held tightly in his hand. Instantly, Lin Feng's eyes flickered with a sharp light. A shocking aura filled the air. The life spirit instantly established a connection with the puppet imprint. It was like a bridge, but also like a container. Puppet. Lin Feng controlled the life spirit and used the secret technique as he wished. Although he had only grasped the secret technique of internal control, it only affected his strength. Just like driving a car, the only difference was driving fast or slow. Lin Feng was the same. A bright black luster appeared, carrying with it a wisp of life aura. Within the black fog, Lin Feng's entire body turned into a shadow, instantly overlapping with the figure of the black skeleton and disappearing from a spot. Their auras completely merged. Not even a shadow of the original body was left. The real internal control was complete possession of the body. Not all puppeteers had two souls like Lin Feng. If the life spirit possessed the body, what would happen to the original body? The black skeleton's hollow eyes instantly lit up. Lin Feng had complete control over it. The feeling of strength was incomparably abundant. It was a rather terrifying physical strength. It was far beyond his imagination. When facing the terrifying enemies that were about to arrive, Lin Feng was clearly aware that his own strength was completely insufficient. The gap between them was like the gap between an ordinary martial artist and a titled martial god. It was like the gap between an ant and an elephant. Battle? With a casual pinch, he would probably die without a burial ground. That day, Black Skeleton was like this. There was no need for any technique. Just the strength of the body was enough. "They're here," Lin Feng murmured. The dragon-slaying spear in his hand flashed. A faint red light supported the black body of the spear, giving it a demonic luster. Clang! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A transcendent being with a ferocious expression instantly descended. Its gigantic dragon tail was filled with astonishing explosive power, and its steel-like body made people shudder. The horns on its head deeply indicated its noble status. It was the king of the Black Mist demonic dragon clan. Lienya. What? The enraged, refined teeth was stunned. Looking at the extremely familiar black skeleton in front of him, his eyes widened. Lienya's mouth was agape. He was completely stunned. How could he not recognize it? That was the skeleton of the Black Mist demonic dragon clan's most outstanding genius, Lian Li's ancestor. Transformation to the peak of the fourth realm, the physical body broke through the limit and sublimated. It was only a step away from completely transforming into a human. But now human. Lienya roared. He instantly knew what had happened. He was furious. How dare you? Not only did you slaughter my clan's dragons and steal our dragon eggs, you even dared to disturb my Black Mist demonic dragon clan's ancestor. An astonishing, surging aura burst out from Lienya's body. Transformation, peak of the third realm. The thick black mist roared along with Lienya's rage. The 10-meter-tall gigantic figure did not seem cumbersome at all. Every part of its body was filled with explosive power. Lienya instantly moved and appeared in front of Lin Feng. A shocking punch suddenly came out. Boom! Too fast. Lin Feng was greatly shocked. His life spirit could not react at all. No matter how strong the black skeleton's body was, no matter how fast it was, but his consciousness could not keep up with the rhythm. The skeleton blocked in front of his chest. It flickered with a dim light. Controlling the black skeleton's movements, Lin Feng could only defend with all his might. Feeling that terrifying strength that seemed to penetrate through space and come at him with a strength that terrified him, Lin Feng could not help but feel a bit nervous. Can you block it? Lin Feng was not sure. He had no idea how strong this set of black skeletons was. The only thing he knew was that this black skeleton was in existence at the fourth realm of transformation. Bang! A violent collision. The terrifying strength, along with the reaction force, caused Lianya and Lin Feng to quickly separate. The two felt completely different. Lianya's eyes were filled with astonishment. His right fist trembled slightly and was completely numb. That attack, just now, seemed to have hit an incomparably thick iron brand. Lianya's expression was incomparably shocked. Is this the body of ancestor Lian Li? What terrifying strength! Heavens, so powerful! Lin Feng was extremely shocked. That punch, which was powerful enough to kill his own body, landed on the black skeleton. However, it was only a slight tremor, not a single scratch. The difference between the fourth realm and the third realm of transformation is actually so big. Lin Feng felt that it was unbelievable. He originally thought that the difference of one realm was very small, but now it seemed that that was not the case. Lin Feng did not know that the first three realms of a magical beast transformation, according to the strength level of a martial artist, were still considered beginner star. But transforming to the fourth realm was already a true sublimation of life and a complete advancement of the physical body. Once the inner core was baptized by the tribulation thunder, it would be able to transform into a human. The level of strength it represented was the legendary galaxy-level existence, just like the difference between Emperor Wu's level and the titled martial god level. Incomparably huge. Bang! The dragon-killing spear shone brightly. Such a good opportunity. How could he not grasp it? Lin Feng, who was well-versed in the ways of battle, immediately made a decision. The black skeleton drew an extremely strong whirlwind, and the dragon-killing spear pierced out. Flash of flowing light. The black skeleton's eyes shone. The black chi turned into a ray of flowing light, as fast as lightning. But that domineering and innate spear intent could only be unleashed to the combination of form and intent. Lin Feng had yet to fully adapt to his new body. Not to mention unleashing the one with the spear realm, it was difficult for him to even execute complex spear moves. Only the flash of flowing light that he had been practicing all this time was the most convenient for him. Chi! A sharp sound pierced through the air. The black skeleton's physical strength was relatively strong, but Lin Feng's life spirit was not strong enough. It was like a wooden bucket that could hold 10 jin of water, but the person who carried the water could only carry 1 jin at most at a time. The speed of the attack, to Lin Feng, was already considered very fast. It was completely unleashed to the limit that the life spirit could bear. But to Lianya, too slow. So, Lianya dodged lightly, effortlessly. The huge dragon tail let out an ear-piercing sound, sweeping towards the black skeleton's waist. The barbs on the dragon tail shone brightly. Just a casual strike from the tail whip had caused Lianya's skin to split open and his flesh to bleed profusely. But now pung! It was as if it had crashed into a thick wall. Lianya grimaced in pain, feeling as if his entire tail had gone numb. As for Lin Feng, his body only trembled slightly. The dragon-slaying spear once again shone with a cold light, attacking Lianya. No one could do anything to the other. A difficult tug-of-war had begun. Sky Martial Continent. Immersed in a sorrowful atmosphere, the gray sky seemed as if it would never light up again. Humanity's guardian god, humanity's strongest warrior, Commander sacrificed himself. With his own strength, he withstood the beast horde's riot in the sixth battle. The legend from 300 years ago seemed to have reappeared. Just like the heaven-breaking martial god, he burned his life force and successfully killed the Azure Iron Spine Dragon, becoming the second dragon slayer in Sky Martial Continent. Revered by all, one man, one blade, withstanding the beast horde's army alone, killed hundreds and thousands of king-level demonic beasts and tens of thousands of giant beast leaders. With his flesh and blood body, he stood in the sky, standing at the forefront of all humans. War God, Even if he died, he would die standing. Holding onto the sinister-looking blade, the commander's body was covered in blood. His eyes were wide open, standing tall like a pine tree. Until his death, he was filled with a dense, killing intent. The commander, with his conviction, with his actions, kept his promise. Protect the entire sky Marshall continent. Protect all of humanity. As long as he, the commander, was around, he would not allow any demonic beast to take half a step in. The sky was drizzling, just like the hearts of every human in Sky Marshall continent. Sorrow, grief, immersed in the sound of weeping, as if in despair. There was no more hope, no more hope. Following the sacrifice of humanity's guardian god, Sky Marshall continent, it fell into a thick, dead silence. City in the sky. Beside the huge round table, all the martial gods gathered. Xiao's tears flowed down her cheeks. Thunderclap, a grown man, was crying so hard. The atmosphere was sorrowful. Lan, Yu, Tianxing, and the rest all had deep sadness on their faces. They were sad for humanity, for losing their guardian god. There are still 2 more hours. It will be the morning of the 14th, Huang Mang said. Everyone raised their heads, their expressions extremely ugly. The demonic beast attacks were very regular. Every day, they would launch 2 battles, one in the morning and another in the afternoon. Not long after, the 7th battle would begin, and the strength of the demonic beasts would be even stronger. The 6th battle had the appearance of the Dragon Clan demonic beasts, without a doubt, the 7th battle. It would also appear. Everyone's heart was heavy. The strength of the Dragon Clan was obvious. Even the commander had to burn his life force to kill it. What about them? In this place, who would be able to stop him? Everyone's gaze immediately gathered on the commander, Zhu Pidi. 4th update, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 269. Why are you looking at me? Zhupidi held his chin and sneered. There was no trace of sadness or pain on his face, as if the one who died was not his father, but a stranger. Pudi, other than you, there is no one else who can stop the Dragon Clan. Laughing Buddha's gaze turned serious. You have to carry out your father's dying wish and take over the Tianwu army, take over the heavy responsibility of protecting the Tianwu continent, and protect. All right, let's not talk nonsense. Zhupidi directly interrupted. Everyone's expression changed, but Zhupidi did not mind at all, coldly saying, "If you want to die, that's your problem. Don't count me in." Saying that, Zhupidi sneered, "Don't think that you can use me as an arrow. I am not like my father, who is inflexible and ignorant." Instantly, everyone was enraged. The hero of humanity, the guardian god. How can he be slandered? Especially Thunderbolt. It widened its eyes and grabbed Zhupidi's collar, roaring, "Little bastard, what did you say?" "Ha!" He slapped Thunderbolt's hand away with great force. In terms of strength, Zhupidi was much stronger, his eyes filled with cold disdain. Zhupidi said, "Get lost, Thunderbolt. Seeing that you're my father's dog, I don't want to bicker with you. But if there's a next time, don't blame me for not taking into account our past relationship." His cold gaze swept across everyone, mocking, "You can't be so naive to think that we, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, can stop the 9th rank beast riot, right?" As soon as he said those words, the furious crowd immediately fell silent. "If your method works, I, the little commander, am not a coward. But if you want me to be like my father, sacrificing myself to protect those ignorant people, I'm sorry, I can't do it." Zhupidi's lips curled in disdain. "If those trash die, then they die. What does it have to do with me? Commander is commander. What my father wants to do does not mean that I, the little commander, must do. There is still an hour. If you have any suggestions, say it. If not, let's disperse. Don't waste time." "I agree." Green Flood Dragon stood up and agreed. Zhupidi's lips curled into a faint smile. The two already had a tacit understanding. Green Flood Dragon. Thunderbolt gritted his teeth in anger. "Accept reality, Thunderbolt. Green Flood Dragon said in a deep voice. Good, good. Thunderbolt repeatedly nods, his cold eyes looking straight at Jupiter and the Green Flood Dragon as he says angrily, Don't make your words sound so dignified. If you want to be a coward, that's your business. I, Thunderbolt, will not back down even if I die. Even if I am alone, I will continue to carry out the commander's beliefs. I will use all my power to protect the humans. Thunderbolt's aura was awe-inspiring. You? The junior commander laughed. And me? Her beautiful eyes looked at Jupiter with a soft sigh. She felt pity for the commander. A great hero, a man of indomitable spirit, actually had such a son. It really made people sigh with regret. Count me in. The laughing Buddha and Tianqing both agreed. There are no cowards in our hunt. Lan Heyu stood firmly behind Ziyao. The leader of the 5 major sects alliance, Huang Meng, frowned slightly and said, Actually, what the junior commander said is not unreasonable. Needless sacrifices can be avoided. Then, he looked at Ziyao and said slowly, There are less than 2 hours left until the 7th battle. Ziyao, what do you suggest? Ziyao's eyes lit up and she said softly, Hold on. Jupiter couldn't help but sneer. How long can we hold on? Huang Meng frowned. 1 day, Ziyao replied. Then what will we do after 1 day? Huang Meng asked. Everyone's eyes focused on Ziyao's face. There was a trace of expectation and confidence on her beautiful face. Everyone was curious about what Ziyao would do. Even the commander had sacrificed his life. Was there any other way? Could it be that the Moon Empress has returned? The laughing Buddha's eyes lit up. Everyone's eyes lit up. The Moon Empress was in existence on par with the commander. She was one of the 2 strongest human beings. For the sake of mankind, in order to fight against the level 9 beasts, he entered the 100 Falls ancient ruins, one of the 4 great forbidden lands, without hesitation. If she could return, there would be hope for humanity. However, Ziyao shook her head. There's still no news of Elder Sister. Ziyao's eyes were slightly worried. But fortunately, the Moon Empress title on the Martial God Tablet still existed. It meant that she was not in danger for the time being. However, on the morning of the 15th, Lin Feng will return from the Heavenly Treasure World. Ziyao's words stunned everyone. Their faces were filled with doubt. They didn't understand what Lin Feng's return would do. Could it be that this was the source of Ziyao's confidence? It couldn't be, haha. Jupiter laughed loudly, rocking back and forth. Ziyao, you can't be so naive as to think that a mere class of 5 titled martial god can save the Tianwu continent, right? His laughter resounded. Jupiter's eyes were filled with jealousy and hatred. He said disdainfully, With his strength, I can crush him with 1 hand. Don't count on him. Shameless boasting. Who was the one who lost in the duel last time? Lan snorted coldly. Jupiter's scar was exposed. He immediately flew into a rage. Today is different from the past. The current me is definitely 100 times stronger than Lin Feng. You can become stronger, but you won't allow Lin Feng to become stronger. In terms of bickering, Lan was first class. Jupiter's face turned red and his veins popped out. No matter how strong or weak one is, at least everyone has the same goal. Ziyao's voice was clear and pleasant. However, there was a hidden meaning in her words. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a faint luster as she slowly swept her gaze across the crowd. Finally, her gaze landed on Jupiter. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. If you don't have the heart, then please leave. Everyone's gaze converged. Jupiter's face turned green and white. Ziyao's words weren't sharp, but they directly slapped his face, making him unable to show his face. Good, good. Jupiter's eyes flashed coldly as he nodded. Then I'll wait and see. Bang. Standing up, Jupiter let out a deep breath and said coldly to the Green Flood Dragon, Let's go. It's stupid to count on a trash who is still trapped in the Heavenly Treasure World. I'd like to see how you'll deal with this when the time comes. After saying that, he left without looking back. The Green Flood Dragon followed closely behind him. Leaving behind a group of worried people, The strength of the human race had become weaker. Counting on Lin Feng, it's a bit. The smiling Buddha frowned. Ridiculous, Huang Liang said disdainfully. What can a kid who's still wet behind the ears do? Even if his strength has improved, it's still unknown whether he can catch up with Jupiter. Rather than counting on him, it's better to count on a miracle from the heavens. Huang Liang had never had a good impression of Lin Feng. However, the truth was hard to accept. Has Lin Feng surpassed the titled martial god realm? Qingqing's eyes flashed as she asked slowly. Maybe. Ziyao shook her head. She couldn't help but think of the figure that moved her heart. She felt incomparably safe and reliable. This. Everyone looked at each other. He must have a way. Ziyao's eyes were bright and full confidence. As long as Lin Feng said it, he would do it. There was no need for any reason. Inexplicably, they just believed in him. Because this was a promise in their hearts. In the demonic dragon lair. A fierce battle. An incomparably fierce battle. After a day and a night of fierce battle, there wasn't a single wound on either side, let alone a victor. It was like a sparring match. Lin Feng's attacks couldn't hit Refined Teeth at all, and Refined Teeth's attacks didn't hurt Lin Feng at all. It was a battle of pure physical strength. Whether it was Refined Teeth or Lin Feng, it was a trivial matter. Not to mention a day and a night. Even if the battle went on for 10 days and 10 nights, it wouldn't end. It was too difficult to determine a victor in this tug of war. Refined Teeth's hatred for Lin Feng was extremely great. Although he couldn't do anything to Lin Feng for now, Refined Teeth obviously wouldn't give up so easily. With his speed, as long as he was willing, Lin Feng had nowhere to run. This is troublesome. Lin Feng was secretly anxious. After a day and a night of battle, he had a deeper understanding of the black skeleton. The burst of strength and the application of the spear were more handy. He was slowly getting used to his new body. However, this wasn't something that could be done overnight. In terms of strength, there was still a huge gap between him and Refined Teeth. The most important thing was it was getting closer and closer to the morning of August 15th. What should I do? Lin Feng, who was attacking, frowned and fell into deep thought. It was as if he was locked in a cage. It was quite troublesome. What Lin Feng didn't know was that at this moment, Refined Teeth was also having a headache. Damn it! Refined Teeth's eyes kept changing expressions. The human in front of him was only a skeleton after possessing ancestor Refined Li's body. He had no weaknesses at all. When his attacks hit him, it didn't hurt at all. Instead, after each attack, the reaction force was enough to make him suffer. He couldn't advance or retreat now. He was in a dilemma. Damned human. Refined Teeth gritted his teeth in hatred. Lin Feng's spear shadows appeared again. The speed of his attacks increased again, whistling like the wind. Refined Teeth dodged lightly. Although it looked easy, Refined Teeth felt anxious. If this continues, it will be very disadvantageous for me. In just a short day and night, the human's improvement was extremely obvious. If this continued, the scales of victory would slowly tilt. But what could he do? Each had their own ulterior motives. A human and a dragon. Both were extremely worried. Time passed by minute. Seeing that it was almost dawn, Lin Feng was extremely anxious. If he missed this opportunity and returned next month, everything would be over. I can only try this method. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. First update, get ready. The domineering return. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 270. Stop! Lin Feng bellowed. Pa! The spear's shadow retracted. Instantly, the man and the dragon retreated 3 steps back and stared at each other. Teeth Refinement's ghostly eyes sparkled. He lowered his voice and said, "What do you want to say?" As he spoke, his furious aura had already been restrained. Teeth Refinement had already elevated the human in front of him from an ant to an opponent on the same level. Be it humans or dragons, there was one principle that was the same. Whoever had the bigger fist had the right to speak. How about we fight to a draw? Lin Feng said slowly. A draw. Teeth Refinement laughed coldly, with a ferocious expression. You don't think I'll let you go, do you? Lin Feng shook his head indifferently. You should know that if we continue fighting, your advantage will only become smaller and smaller. Lin Feng was extremely confident in his own strength. As long as he could fully adapt to his new body, he would be able to unleash the strongest attack of his spear move. Then he might have a chance to win. However, this was not something that could be done overnight. Is that so? Teeth Refinement said coldly. If that's the case, why did you ask for peace? Teeth Refinement did not refute Lin Feng's words. Their strength was already transparent. There was nothing to hide. I have something to do. Lin Feng's tone was calm. It sounded very strange, coming from the mouth of the black skeleton. Ha 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 ha! Teeth Refinement suddenly laughed loudly. Lin Feng's expression was calm. However, he knew that negotiation would not be that easy. However, this was the only way left for him. He could only try. You think you can come and go as you please? You're too naive, human. Teeth Refinement revealed his sharp teeth. His eyes were dark red. I won't argue with you about the black mist crystal. You killed more than 300 dragons of my clan, broke into my demonic dragon lair, stole my ancestors' bones, and stole more than 300 dragon eggs. Do you think you can settle this score? Teeth Refinement said coldly. His voice was as cold as ice. What made Teeth Refinement angry was not the material he lost, but the face he lost. He was the leader of a clan, the king of the black mist demonic dragon. He was actually toyed with by a human. Who could tolerate this? What could not be tolerated? Then what do you want? Lin Feng asked indifferently. At a time like this, he could not lower his head. The black mist demonic dragon in front of him was clearly amenable to force, but not persuasion. The more humble he was, the more arrogant he would be. The only correct path was to confront them head-on. What do I want? Lien Yu snorted coldly, but he did not dare to speak too firmly. If he did not even have a way out in the end, it would be troublesome. The human in front of him was clearly not someone to be trifled with. What Refined Teeth could do was to fight for his own benefits. I should be the one asking you what you want. You made my black mist demonic dragon valley a mess and want to leave after patting your butt. You are dreaming. Refined Teeth's eyes were sharp. State your conditions, Lin Feng said slowly. He pushed the question to Refined Teeth to test his reaction. It's best if we can come to an agreement. If we can't, we'll just fight again. A strong fighting spirit spread out. Lin Feng clearly understood that this black fog demonic dragon before him had the intention of reconciling. Otherwise, why would he have the leisure to talk with him for so long? Refined Teeth hesitated. To be honest, he really did not want to fight anymore. Personally, Refined Teeth was eager to send this god of plague away. To be honest, he only lost a little face. The most important thing for him now was to break through to the third realm of form transformation. He could save as much as he could on other matters. But as the clan leader, he had to stand up for many things. The atmosphere was slightly stifling. One man and one dragon, each had their own thoughts and concerns. Lin Feng did not speak. If he took the initiative to deliver himself to the enemy, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. 1 minute, 15 minutes, time slowly passed. Lin Feng was extremely anxious, but his expression did not change at all. One wrong move, and the whole game would be lost. Now, he could only wait patiently. At this time, there were still 4 hours before the morning of August 15th. Human, 3 conditions. Refined Teeth was silent for a long time before he finally spoke. Oh, Lin Feng replied indifferently. Extending his finger, Refined Teeth's eyes sparkled as he said in a deep voice, "First, return the black mist crystal and the ancestor skeleton." As he spoke, Refined Teeth's eyes shone brightly, especially the skeleton of ancestor refinedly that you possessed. It is the pride of my black mist demonic dragon clan. It must not fall into the hands of humans like you. Second, Refined Teeth opened his mouth. No need to say more. I refuse. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light. The dragon-killing spear drew a red light. Lin Feng's battle intent surged through the black skeleton. Boom! The spear intent was awe-inspiring, just like Lin Feng's heart. There was no compromise at all. Human you. Refined Teeth was furious. If you want to fight, then fight. Why so much nonsense? Lin Feng shouted coldly. Don't treat me like a 3-year-old child. Don't play such a stupid trick. Since you don't have any sincerity, we can just go our separate ways. If I, Lin Feng, do not wipe out your black mist demonic dragon valley, I will write my name backwards. Pung! A wild aura exploded. Lin Feng's battle intent sword. If he handed over this black skeleton, would he be able to leave alive? Refined Teeth's expression changed instantly, but he did not have any intention to fight. He said in a deep voice, Refined Teeth, swear that as long as you hand over the ancestor skeleton, I will not harm a single hair of yours. Stop fooling around. Lin Feng said coldly, I can return the black mist crystal, but return the ancestor's skeleton. Not a chance. How could he hand over his own life-saving talisman? At most, he would fight and see if the heart-protecting talisman on him could block Refined Teeth's attack. Then, he would teleport. Refined Teeth gritted his teeth in anger, but he knew that his plan could no longer be realized. The human in front of him was indeed cunning. Panting heavily, Refined Teeth's expression changed. He tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, Fine. Ancestor Refined Li's skeleton can be kept, but the other skeletons must be returned. Also the black mist crystal. 1/3. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. I'll return you 1/3 at most. His heart was calm. Since Refined Teeth was willing to give in, Lin Feng knew very well that basically both sides had reached a consensus. All that was left was to slowly bargain. 15 minutes later. Fine. Let's do it this way. Refined Teeth gritted his teeth in anger. Agreed. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. The final outcome of the discussion was to return half. As for the content of the other half, since Refined Teeth did not say anything, Lin Feng was happy to pretend that he did not know. What he had the most was the black mist crystal. The second condition. Refined Teeth's gaze was cold. Return all the dragon eggs. This condition has no room for negotiation. I agree. Lin Feng agreed without thinking. He had cheated so much in the black mist demonic dragon valley. It was time for him to let go a little. Anyway, the dragon eggs were of little use to the current him. He might as well do a favor at little cost. Plus, he did not have much time. He could not be bothered to argue with Refined Teeth. Seemingly not expecting Lin Feng to agree so readily, Refined Teeth could not help but be stunned. Looking at Lin Feng suspiciously, Refined Teeth was puzzled. This greedy human in front of him should not be so kind. You really won't bargain? Refined Teeth asked hesitantly. Could it be that you wish for me to bargain? Lin Feng did not know whether to laugh or to cry. Refined Teeth's expression softened slightly. He nodded and said, If that's the case, I won't make things difficult for you. Forget about the third condition. After all, things like oaths are not reliable. I hope you will not come to the black mist demonic dragon valley in the future. Lin Feng understood Refined Teeth's meaning. He nodded lightly. If you advance 1 foot, I will advance 10 feet. He was not a ruthless person. Some things should be done appropriately. There was no need to be so ruthless. If he could have one less enemy, he would have one less enemy. Don't worry. As long as you don't attack me, Lin Feng, will definitely not kill any black mist demonic dragon. Lin Feng looked at Refined Teeth with a burning gaze. This dragon man in front of him looked ferocious, but when he really got along with him, it was not too difficult to get along with him. If the other black mist demonic dragons knew what Lin Feng was thinking, they would definitely be speechless. Refined Teeth's temper was notoriously bad. Which black mist demonic dragon valley did not know. However, as the clan leader of the Black Mist Demonic Dragon clan, Refined Teeth knew what was important. He would not be affected by personal emotions. He knew very well what kind of person could not be provoked. This god of plague in front of him could not wait to send him away. Soon, Lin Feng returned more than 300 dragon eggs and released the 3 weakest dragon frames. Refined Teeth gritted his teeth in hatred. He secretly thought that this human in front of him was truly shameless, but there was nothing he could do. However, what was even more infuriating was that Lin Feng only poured out a few tens of thousands of black mist crystals. Not only were they extremely small, the black mist crystal cores could be counted with one's fingers. You said half, and that's all. Refined Teeth widened his eyes and said angrily, "That's all." Lin Feng replied expressionlessly, "The other black mist crystals have already been refined and absorbed by me. You." Refined Teeth was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. After some calculations, there were at least 1,000,000 black mist crystals gone. This human in front of him was simply a big liar. He took out a fraction as half. What was even more shameless was that he even shamelessly said that he had already refined and absorbed them. Refined Teeth wanted to curse out loud. Mother Astral, which human could absorb them? Instantly, Refined Teeth's face turned green and white. Lin Feng smiled and did not mind. He then took out a thin book and threw it over. "As compensation, this is for you," Lin Feng said calmly. "To you black mist demonic dragons, what's the use of the black mist crystals? Why don't you give it to me as a gift?" Lin Feng was also very straightforward. He admitted frankly, in comparison, this secret manual is the real priceless treasure to you. Lin Feng nodded and said, "It's also a small token of my appreciation." Receiving the secret manual, Refined Teeth looked at the cover suspiciously. Looking at the 4 large words written on the book, Refined Teeth's eyes instantly widened. Even his breathing stopped. Transfiguration Secret Manual. Second update, next chapter. 13 episodes are about to end. Lin Feng has finally returned. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come Achidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.